Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. It is Monday. I hope your week started off okay. If you don't have to go to work, that could be good or bad. So I don't know whether to tell you that's awesome or not. So today, the discussion is going to be about divine hiddenness. It's one of the worst things for at least the Christian religion that I can think of. Some other religions probably would have it that, yeah, God's like a deist God, doesn't show up, never's around. But for the Christian God in specific, it kind of creates a lot of problems. So hopefully we get some calls in today. Hopefully we get some people that want to come chat about this, because I am always ready to have a chat. So again, thank you guys for joining. We will see how this goes. As always, I'm Jay. Don't forget to throw away your feelings as we start this stream. Open your minds and question your beliefs. Don't be scared to question your beliefs. I know a lot of people are scared of that. A lot of people avoid that because it can be scary to question your beliefs and then not have something to fall back on. I think that is something that bugs a lot of people. So they will just hold on to something, even if it's false, even if they think something's wrong with it. This can be relationships, and it can be many things. It can be relationships, it's a job. I think it all falls under relationships, really, because we're social creatures. So almost everything falls into this kind of a relationship. So I think we can kind of blanket the statement there is you choose bad relationships because you want to just hold on to them sometimes. And sometimes the truth is just right there, man. Or when I say truth, I want you to realize it doesn't necessarily mean that you found an answer, but it can mean that the answer that you thought was right is actually wrong. And that's something that you just have to contend with, and you have to be okay with it. You have to be a thinker, right? You can't get rid of your emotions. So when I say that, I know you can't really get rid of your emotions, but you can find a way to where your emotions affect your decisions a little bit less, and that just takes practice. And you practice by interacting with people that disagree with you. You practice by challenging yourself as well. So yeah, welcome. Said we'll see what happens today and go from there. Just to start off, you guys and gals, whoever, just let me know how your weekend was. If anybody did anything interesting, feel free to share. If you didn't do anything, feel free to share. For me, it's pretty good, man. I got some videos done. My weekend consists of, trying to relax when I can, getting some content in when I can. Had an interesting video drop today. I was gonna let two drop today, but I'm saving one for tomorrow because depending on how long this stream goes, it's very hard for me to go ahead and make another video. So the one today is pretty interesting though. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's like I think it's called they're happy about the end of the world. And I saw this video from Dan McClellan because I obviously watch him. I think if you're in my channel, you probably watch him as well. And it's interesting. So it's kind of like a reaction, not reaction, but reaction to Dan McClellan's reaction. But it's interesting. You had a crappy weekend. Hey, sometimes it's good to come share it. Obviously, you might not want to share too much personal information, but sometimes it's good. I was just talking to a coworker of mine, a friend of mine, and we were just discussing that. Trying to create a culture to where it's okay to come share your grievances and people don't call you weak for that. There's a lot of changes that need to go in the culture that I'm trying to implement in many different ways. This is part of it. It's just being honest about the reality of things, and stuff like that falls into it. Why can't we complain to each other and all that, you know? Who else are you going to complain to? So, all right, let's see. I think we just got our regulars in the chat for right now, so I don't expect many call ups at the moment. So we'll try to stick it out as long as we can, and we'll just go from there. And it's okay if we end up just hanging out for a little bit and chatting. All fine. So I guess my first thing is it's always been strange to me that you're told that there's a relationship that you're supposed to have, yet in the real world, how do relationships work? Relationships work by more than one person. You can have a relationship with yourself for sure, and I think you should have a relationship with yourself before having a relationship with someone else, but a real relationship takes at least two people. So we're told that there's supposed to be this relationship. I'm told that something loves me, this person loves me, this being loves me, this being wants to spend eternity with me if I so choose. What? So then why is it hidden, right? That's the subject of the day. Why is it hidden? And if I were hidden from you or hidden from my children, would I be considered a good father? And now, and this is really hidden, by the way, because the only communication that we have from this being is from books, right? Which were written by people, which now makes it not really communicating with the thing. Did you hear quiet as a rat? No, have not. Also, little celebration that we did hit over 2K subscribers, so that's really good, and I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. I've been getting a lot of supportive messages, and people are asking me to keep going. I mean, I was going to keep going anyway, but it's always good to have that inspiration come in from each other. So it makes things a little bit easier when you see other people that are enjoying your content, right? So, like I said, we're in chill mode until we find somebody. I guess we can talk about some verses, maybe. We want to kind of just go into this a little bit. So I think maybe the first verses should be, or the first question would be, is how do I know God wants a relationship? If God, so it's the Father said, he's deaf. He's like, it kind of says that God is, people don't like this word, but in order to create us out of for no reason, really, it would have to be this way. Like God is desperate for a relationship with us. I know a lot of people. Oh, my phone's ringing. The heck? My phone's never ringing. I can't look at it at the moment. So, but like a lot of people are, it's like God would be desperate, right? For a perfect being to create anything, it would want something. A lot of people disagree with me on that, but I think that's pretty obvious. So God wants a relationship with us, obviously, because God destroyed the world because God was butthurt at us, right? Butthurt that we weren't hugging him, I guess. I can imagine that, man. I get that pissed at my kids for not recognizing me that I harmed them. Come on, guys. No one would call me a good father. Well, I know me and you have a lot of conversations, but I'm just saying, if it was my fault, the equivalent of that would be my dad continually coming to knock on my door and then me just not opening the door. You would now have to prove that God is continuously knocking on people's doors, right? I think the ball would be in your court there, that you would have to prove to me that God is literally speaking at me, right? Or speaking to me. And what most people would say is just God spoke through the Bible, right? That's not communication, man. That's not communication. That is interpretations from other people long time ago. Why isn't there a new Bible? Like, why isn't like there's like creating a new one right now? Because God stopped talking to us 2,000 years ago for some reason. Don't know. Hey, welcome, welcome. Hey, if you're at work, this is a good place to just chill, have a good time. So, even if my children are all good, by the way, none of them have ever been in trouble. Even if my son went to jail, I say my son because I'm sexist a little bit, I guess. But even if any of my kids went to jail, I would still go visit them, even if I felt like what they did was wrong. I would. I don't know what it would take for me to not speak to them. Like I can't even imagine what it would take for me not to, I would have to be dead, I guess. Is God dead? You know? Like there's nothing I can think of that I would not still communicate with my child. And I would not just find one way of communication. Let me just grant it to you. I don't think God wrote the Bible at all, but let me grant that to you. There, it would be undeniable for my children to know that I was communicating with them. There would be no confusion. There wouldn't be another me that's a fake me that comes around and whispers in their ear. And I'm like, hey, that's not really me. Like they would know for sure. Plus, I'm all powerful, by the way. There's nothing stopping me from communicating with my children. I think we really have to stop making excuses for this, guys, because when we do this, like I know you guys are just sharing like your apologetics with it, but I don't know if we're really getting to that point of honesty that I want to get with, right? Like that I want to get to. It's just like there's literally zero reason for God to be silent. Zero. Like there's no reason unless some I don't know. We already went to that subject. I'm trying not to tie all these. They all tie together, by the way. Like all of my titles tie together. But there is no reason for God to be silent. Yes, but your kids know you exist. Regardless, I get you. I couldn't think of an idea or I couldn't think of an example to where I would stop speaking to them. I didn't say there wasn't one, but at the same time, I tried to have a relationship with them. They have no excuse unless I did something bad. They have no excuse. They know I exist. You don't know if God exists. Like you do not know if God exists because God does not talk to you. And if God only talks to you and nobody else, I don't know. You had to prove it to me. By the way, you just had to prove it to me. And I don't know how you prove it to me. I could prove to you that my dad talked to me before, right? Yeah, God can't be killed. I'm just trying to think of a scenario to where and here's the key, guys. I think we're forgetting this. Remember, I want to have a relationship. It is, and I'm all loving to my kids, right? I'm not all loving to my kids. God is. And the reason I bring me up is because I'm not all loving. I do love my kids. I can't imagine right now what they could do for me to stop talking to them, but I will admit there could be something. If I'm all loving, there is literally nothing they could ever do. They would get to take advantage of me all the time. That's what all loving is. Like all loving, I get to just crap on you all the time and you still are sitting there, right? Like all loving would be delusional, right? It's kind of interesting when you really try to think about it. You always give a chance. I don't know, man. I think this is like a pretty cut and dry one. The only way, I don't know, weeping. If you wanna come in, you seem like you have something to say, but I think this is just a cut and dry one, man. There, let me think. Like I'm trying to really think of any reason God, God would have to not talk to people. The what I used to say is just God couldn't, right? Like God could not do it. Like there's something that God like literally can't do, which is communication. It was the only thing that made sense to me because, as I said, even as a like full hearted believer, I always wondered why God never spoke to me. And this was as a believer, right? I used to pray about it, cry about it, beg for it, and beg for it, and never, nothing. There was never anything. And then I didn't stop believing because there was never anything. I actually believed even more, right? Because I was like, oh, you're not believing enough, right? Oh, you're not listening correctly, right? And then that turns into listening to things that really aren't God, by the way. It can be dangerous, man. And that's what I meant, like, as a parent, it can be very dangerous if your kids are searching for you or in any relationship. If somebody's searching for you and you're not there, they could possibly get distracted or get tricked by looking for something that you aren't providing. And that's something to think about, man. I don't know. Said if you want to step up and chat about it, you guys know what to do. I get it, guys. If look, man, I get it, man. If you have to believe, you're gonna come up with whatever excuse, but I do not think you would treat other human beings that way. At least I hope you wouldn't. If there's some if there is some parent neglecting their children, I hope you wouldn't give them an excuse. I hope this only is for God, by the way. Like I do not want us to build our society that way. I do not want us to build a society where it's okay to not speak to your children. uh, it's just like I don't know, man. We gotta, I don't know. We just gotta stop making excuses. You can still believe in God and all that, but there's no reason for it to be silent. And here's the other thing, right? We always speak about the Bible. I'm gonna destroy that Bible argument real fast because for what is it, 300,000 years people have been around. What about the people 6,000 before 6,000 years ago? We always bring up the Bible. Let's just get rid of the Bible for a second. What about human beings before 6,000 years ago? What was going on? No Bible there. Where was God? Where was God? I'm gonna cut that Bible out of here real fast because that's always everybody's excuse. Because what about the other books, by the way? Why is the Bible the correct one? What about the Quran? What about I don't know all the Indian stuff, but what about in India? What about their stuff? So Bible's gone now. Talk to me about 10,000 years ago. Was God speaking to people? Let's answer that one for me. What was going on 10,000 years ago? Earth is flat in the Bible. Yeah. I got another live stream coming up about stuff that the Bible could have done that would have just oops crap would have just made it believable, not even believable, but like, oh, this shit is definitely from somewhere else. The Bible does none of that. There's nothing in the book that's like amazing that would make you be like, wait, how did these people know that? I think like if you talk to a Muslim, they would say the Quran has some stuff like that, but from what I know, it doesn't really have much. The Quran tries to be a little bit more scientific, but when you break down a lot of the scientific stuff in there, it's completely wrong. I think they say that your sperm comes from somewhere in your back, I believe. Oh, God. Which is maybe why they tried to be a little bit more scientific, is because it was towards the time where we were figuring out a little bit more things. But sperm comes from this. Okay, spine. All right. I mean, hey, if you heard from God, I'll talk to you about it. If you really was it audible? All right, we got some verses now. So James 4:18, draw nigh to God and he will draw nigh to you. It's a relationship, right? Ask and it shall be given. Seek and you shall find. One of my favorite verses, it used to be at least, Matthew 7:7. Basically just laying out there's no excuse for us not to hear God, by the way. I'm not sure what you mean by not in God's voice. That's interesting. All right, Weeping Spirit, let's see if we can get you working today. Let me unmute myself.
Can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Let me turn this up.
Not hey. Really. Oh, hold on. Am I too far away? Is that better?
Excuse me?
Is that better?
Why is this not working?
I definitely hear you. There is a little headphone icon at the bottom in Discord. Make sure I'm turned up all the way on that.
Hear me? Can you hear me now? I can hear
Oh,
you.
oh yeah, I hear you just fine.
Okay. So my first question would be, what is your standard of proof that God exists? I mean, like you want a body? I don't
Well,
understand what kind of proof you're asking for.
so the hiddenness part could be many things. I think God would be able to do anything that would convince anyone of his or her or its existence. So God could like just show up right now to me as we speak. I could hear something, right? I've never had anything like that happen. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's real, but I've literally never experienced anything that isn't explainable. Have you?
Really? Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've experienced God. I've experienced demons, evil spirits.
Do you care to
God,
share or no?
well, let me just tell you about God. Now,
Okay. Okay.
okay, right now I'm in a pretty bad situation. Me and my husband were going to get an RV and we were going to travel.
Okay.
So we got our RV. Everything was good. And then we found out as soon as we got it, he had Alzheimer's.
Hmm.
And he's took a pretty big fall in just several months. And now he's refused to take medicine. He refuses to eat. So the stress and burden on me is horrific.
I
I
can
don't blame
imagine.
God for it because God didn't cause this problem. Alzheimer's happens to all kinds of people. We live in a broken world. Everybody needs to realize that it's not God doing these things to us. It is a broken world, and we are broken.
Wouldn't we say that we're broken because God though?
No, we're absolutely not. We're now. It was Adam and Eve. Now I don't understand why we have to suffer for that, but I do understand that because of what they did, they caused the world to be broken. They caused people to be broken. Did anybody ever think that maybe God didn't want us to eat of that tree of knowledge because then we would do things like we're doing now?
If we're going according to the story, yes, I believe that. But I also would
Okay.
say, but I would also say that's the parents' fault. God's the parent. He had two babies that were just born, like what, a day or two before that happened.
Hmm.
So it would be God's fault for putting that tree in the garden, right?
Well, they knew what don't eat of that tree means. He gave them everything, every kind of food, everything they needed right there. There was no reason for them to touch that. Was it wrong for God to give a law to his
Uh,
children?
God can give
When did he,
rules,
when
I
did,
think, right? But I think just like in a household, I should explain the rules to my children if they're capable of understanding. Do you think Adam and Eve were capable of understanding?
I don't think they knew what death was because they had never experienced it.
That makes
Uh,
sense.
but I'm also going to say that I really don't know. I don't know all of God's purpose.
That's
All I can
fair.
say is I know what happened, what the scripture tells me happened through this time. He's telling me what's going to happen in the future, and I see it. I see the future unfolding. There is so much evil in this world, and I say that because all of the demons and the evil spirits that I've encountered just at my family members' homes, they've got to be so much more because my family's not evil. They're good people,
Okay.
just like regular people. But they all attack
But
them.
why did God allow all of this?
I can't answer that.
Okay, that's
I do
fair.
know that Satan fell because of his pride. And man, today we are really a prideful kind of people.
But
And
didn't
we need
God
to
make
stop
us
that.
this way? Because God's pretty prideful. And if we're made in the image of God, then it makes sense that we would be prideful. Like I look at my kids and they are just like me. Everything I don't like about them and everything I do like about them, it is me. So I don't really condemn them for certain things that I know they got genetically from me. Like I have a daughter that's always got a damn answer. I know that was me, right?
Right?
So
I
and
know
I
that.
and I used to do it to my dad, right? So it's just like I treat her a little bit kinder when she does that because I know it really isn't her fault. Now, as she gets older and learns, I will implement different systems to help her in the world. But she didn't know when she was 6 years old talking like really what talking back was. So I'm not gonna punish her eternally for messing up, right?
Right.
So
Right.
why does God punish us eternally for one mess up?
Oh no, he would never punish you for one mess up.
Oh no,
Would he?
Adam and with Eve and Adam, he punished them for one mess
Yeah,
up. They messed up once.
because he said, if you eat from that tree, you will surely die. So that was it.
Do you
He
think
can't
God
change
makes
it.
the
Oh,
rules
let
or
me take
no?
that back. I didn't really mean you was going to die because God doesn't change.
That's an interesting one because I think God changes because God created, which means God had to change.
What do you mean by changed?
So if God never changed, there would never be a creation, right? Because changing would imply that you are thinking of something different, which would be changing.
Yeah,
Like,
but we
I'm
don't
sorry,
know.
creation.
God may have been, God could have been created. He may have got all kinds of things created out there. We don't know. We just know what he's done for us.
Okay.
True. I mean,
I
we
mean,
don't know. God's the creator.
I'm playing. I'm playing here with the game, but I don't think any of this. I don't think any of this makes sense. So I don't think we know God at all, even if God exists. I think we got it totally wrong because it doesn't match up with reality. Can you tell me, like, because the divine hiddenness part is one of the keys to me. Why would God not show up like God did in the Old Testament?
You mean like he's not showing up right now with this mess I'm in?
No, not even personally for you. I just mean like why doesn't God show up in like he did in the Old Testament? Like God was everywhere in the Old Testament. God would show up at during wars. God would show up to multiple people like the Israelites going through the desert. There was
Yeah.
manna coming from heaven. And then of course
And he
Jesus
did that
came.
while he was dealing with that was, the Old Testament is mainly about God and the Jews.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
there's a lot of prophecy in there about Jesus, but Old Testament is mainly talking about the Jews and
Oh,
their
okay.
generations
Why did God only talk to them?
because that was his people. Gentiles
That's that
were
sounds.
never part of the people until Jesus came.
But if God created everyone in its image, why would the Gentiles not also be God's people?
Well, we are, but maybe not at that time because, like I
So
said, I don't know
is
what
that not
God's
changing
plan
though?
is.
That's changing, right?
Well, not if he always intended that to be. It just wasn't the time
Okay, so you're
that we
saying
were brought into it until Jesus came.
okay,
And
so
what
you're
he
saying
did was he sent
God
people.
always was this way. He just didn't relay it to us?
Do you think God relates everything to us?
Uh if no. I don't
Okay.
think no, not at all. I think that would be part of my divine hiddenness thing is that I'm trying to come up with a good reason why God would hide when God did not hide 6,000 years ago.
hmm You mean why he doesn't walk with us?
Uh, I don't see why not, to be honest. I'm not saying that specific one, but sure. I always used to think this. Let me know what you think about this one. Uh, I get from the story Jesus had to die, why didn't Jesus walk around for like 400-500 years and then die? Do you think
Well,
people would have believed that a bit better? Like, say there was this guy that just lived
yeah, they
forever,
would.
right?
Hmm.
Okay, so it's just like if this is me being trying to be humble, by the way. If I can think of better ways, it means that we probably got God wrong. Because how can I think of a better way and it also makes sense? I think we just got it wrong. That's what I would say, because I'm not like this complete atheist either. I just think we have every religion has got it wrong. If there is a God, it's wrong.
So if you have to do certain things to get into heaven,
I don't even know if there is a
or
heaven.
right, or believe, but well, we're just talking about all religions,
Okay, okay.
and maybe none of them's right. But if there's a God, do you think he would allow that message to get lost?
Hey, I can think of the version where God's not what we would consider good. So yes,
Well,
God,
now
God does not have to be good. I'm different when I think about what other people say. Or sorry, what other people say is there is nothing in the rule book that says God has to be good. I think we say that because we're scared of death.
Well,
Like,
Jesus says he's good, and he
well,
also said only God is good.
well, now we're going off of like what the scripture
Well,
said,
I got to
right?
go by scripture because I absolutely believe in scripture, in the Bible, and God.
Okay, but now I would wonder, how do we know that they got Jesus's words correct?
We don't. We just, that's where faith comes in. Like I said, I don't believe, I'm not saying that all the Bible is totally word for word just the way it was all the way up till now. But I am saying that I do not believe God would allow the message to be lost. And the whole message from Genesis to Revelation is Jesus Christ.
I don't
That
see
message is
Jesus in the
totally
Old
good.
Testament though.
Jesus is in the Old Testament when God talks about making the earth. Let's make him in our image, after our likeness. And you know, he did just that. Because what is God, the Trinity? And what are we, a Trinity? Because we have a soul, a spirit, and flesh. We are after his likeness, just like he said.
I mean, I've heard that before. Don't get me wrong. I probably used to think that way too.
That just gives me chills every time I say that.
Well, that's so. Like here, I'm sorry. What's your name? I don't want to call you Weeping Spirit.
You
Or
can
what?
call me Deborah.
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 All right. I said it right, Deborah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm
Yep.
Jay. All right.
Yep.
So,
Or Robert.
Deborah, my problem with that part is like I get how emotionally it can be, but when we just look at the way things work now, right? We know that we are, like, even according to the Bible, we are fallible creatures, which means why would God use us to write down God's message? That sounds like a bad idea because we lie, we
Not
cheat,
if
we
he doesn't.
steal. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You,
Because he is God. He did not allow the message got through to this day.
well, we just agreed that the message could be wrong, right?
No, not the message. I'm saying some of the words, some of the scripture might have been changed and things like that, but the message of Jesus Christ has never changed.
Okay, can I give you what I think the message is?
Sure.
Okay, so the message is to me, and I'm going to put this very simple, is I'm insecure. I'm an insecure God. I don't love you completely. Listen to me or die.
Where does it say that?
that's what you asked me what the message is, and if I read the whole Bible, it's a bunch of people getting punished for not loving God and not listening to God, and then God horribly sacrificing his son to forgive him, or sorry, to stop himself. It's this weird scenario where it doesn't make sense. It sounds like God's just so angry that God isn't even thinking of a good plan. Like it just sounds like when's the last time you read the Old Testament? Do you read it anymore?
I read it every day.
Okay.
And
Did
watch things online. Yeah.
so you would agree to me or with me that the Old Testament is ruthless, right?
Oh, I'm telling you, it is. It's
Well,
ruthless.
well, then, yes, but that's why I'm saying the message to me is murder, 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 kill, 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 love me or die. Is that loving?
Okay, first off, I don't know any scripture that says "love me or die."
If well, hold on, really?
No,
Like you
yeah,
don't want?
really,
I mean,
I
not the
don't know
exact
any
words,
scripture that
but
says "love me or die."
okay. What do you think God's message is? It's
Obedience. Okay, let me just let me just give you this
okay,
hypothetical, off the wall kind of scenario.
okay,
Okay, let's say from the very beginning, Adam and Eve never sinned, never ate from the tree of life,
okay.
and we multiplied. And here we are today, and we are all godly people. And there's no hungry people, there's no people with no clothes, there's no drug addicts laying in the street. Why?
Okay.
Why? Because we don't have any of that evil stuff that man does, and man does evil things.
Yes, I agree with
Okay.
you. I agree with you
So we
there.
have to do away with that evil because good and evil cannot live harmoniously together. They can't.
Well, then how did the
You have to
devil?
get rid of evil.
How was the devil there?
But the devil wasn't all. He was called the morning star. He was the greatest angel in heaven.
So then how did he sin?
He got prideful. He thought that God making us, that God wanted his angels to worship us, bow down to us.
Yes.
He was proud of his
But
creation, and Satan did not want to do it. So he started murmuring to other angels, and God gave him time after. Now I'm just saying this out of Enoch, okay?
oh, you
So
like
that's
Enoch?
not. Now
Okay,
see, that's
okay.
not in the Bible. I read them all. I read just because the book's not in the Bible doesn't mean that it shouldn't be there or couldn't be there, because I've read other books, and they don't change my mind at all what I believe. None of them. They just,
Okay.
Enoch was very supernatural, all that stuff there.
Yeah, Enoch's pretty crazy. I like Enoch. Now, here's a
I do
question for
too.
you.
Okay.
Why would God care if like Satan wanted to be like God? I love it that my kids want to be better than me.
Because he could never be God.
That's okay. Like it's okay. I was a
Then
pretty
he
good
then
basketball
then he
player, and
he
my
would
kids might
never.
not be as good, but would I condemn them for wanting to be just as good or better than me?
Well, he was disobedient.
The disobedience was wanting to be like God, right?
No, disobedience was not bowing down to the creation.
Why does God want anybody to bow to them? Him, it.
Excuse me?
Why does God want anything to bow to it?
To us?
No, no, to it. Why does God need worship?
God doesn't need anything. He
Okay.
doesn't. God doesn't need anything.
So then there's no punishment.
He's Then there's what?
There should be no punishment.
Well, let me see.
If nothing can harm me, why do I care?
Oh, who can't be harmed? God?
God, yes.
I can't answer that because I'm not God, so I don't know. So
Okay,
I'm not
that's
even
fair.
going to touch. Well, I'm just not going to touch that because
That's fair.
I don't, I don't know why God did a lot of things. I don't know, but I do know that He's just, and if He's just, there was a reason.
Well, I
I don't
think
know the
just
reason.
I think just would be also not just kicking Adam and Eve out the first time they messed up. That would be just. They didn't know. They were just babies.
And here we are.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's that's what I'm calling not just, Barbara.
Well,
uh, Deborah,
I don't
sorry.
know what to say about that. I mean, it happened. It is what it is, and I don't know the reasoning behind it. Hey, why didn't God just wipe them out
He did.
and just start new?
He did at one point.
Yeah, but it wasn't the people He was trying to wipe out.
Oh, so you're definitely in Enoch. Okay, so you like Enoch a lot. You thought God was getting rid of the Nephilim.
Mhm.
Okay. Interesting.
And evil people. There was a lot of evil people on earth too at that time.
All right,
But
so
it was mainly because of the Nephilim, because they had started killing the people and eating them because they was eating everything. And he said the earth was crying out. It was covered in blood. So he had to do something.
do you think God's all knowing? Are you thinking about it? Or you might have cut out. If you're talking, I can't hear you. I'll give you a second to figure it out, but I can't hear you, so hopefully you hear me. If worship is our purpose, that would to me be not the greatest thing ever. Like what does God need worship for? Let me give you another try there.
Hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. Um crap, what was my question?
Well, I did. I really forgot.
uh oh, do you think God's all knowing?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I believe that he can see like different timeline, different ways that things can go, because that would really be the only way it could be if he's given us free will, right?
Okay, I'm with you there. Like
So,
we would have to be able to make different choices, right? Yes, I agree.
right. And the
Mhm.
only way he could do that he'd have to be able to see different outcomes, because those different choices would be different outcomes. So that's how I think on that.
Okay, I have no problem with that. Okay.
So would
So
you call that all knowing, that he could see all of those different directions
yes,
it can go?
it's still all knowing. Um yeah, I think it's really hard to, and this isn't a free will subject at the moment. I think it's really hard to know all of those things and be the creator and give free will. Like if God wasn't the creator but knew everything, then there's still free will. The fact that God is the creator makes it difficult for me to say there's free will and God created everything. Does that make sense?
Well,
Because, go ahead. Yep.
it it kind of makes sense.
Okay. I don't not necessarily agree with me. I just saying to him it was what I was saying making sense. That's
Yes,
all.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It kind of makes sense,
Okay.
because I still got my train of thought that
Yeah. Well,
I'm really stuck on God. Can't get off.
can't get
I'm
off
that
what?
kind of person.
The train? Can't get
Can't
off
get
the
off
train?
God.
Oh,
Can't get
oh.
off.
Okay.
Can't
I
get
mean
off.
that's fine to me. I think you've heard me say it before. I'm not really trying to change anyone's belief. I love your honesty on these things. I think that's how we can have better conversations in between beliefs is just being honest. So I
And
truly
open minded. I've been open minded on some of the things you said, but I've still got my thought on it. But
yeah.
I'll remember what you say to me.
Oh, I will do the same, and I will think about what you're saying in the same way too. Um, did you? Did you have exactly like something on the exact subject of the hiddenness part, or do you think God's not hidden?
N- I think that he hides himself sometimes. Um, I don't know, maybe for I don't even know. Because like I said, right now I feel like I'm kind of alone, but I know he hears me.
What would it look
But
like
I
for
don't
an
know.
answer?
Maybe he's trying to teach me something, or maybe I'm waiting for something. I just take one day at a time.
Do you allow God to be good no matter what happens?
No, because I know God can make bad things happen to people.
Yeah, but would you still consider it good because it's God?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I would probably think that was horrible.
Hmm. Like flooding the whole earth's pretty horrible, right? Everybody dying.
Yeah, that's pretty horrible.
Oh, okay. But are you
But what's going to
kind of
happen
like
at
the
the end of time is going to
yeah?
be pretty horrible too.
So are you like the ends justify the means? Is that kind of how you look at it?
Okay, let me tell you how I live my life today.
Okay.
About the last 5 years, I don't even like to be out in public. And I'm not saying I'm a holy person. I'm not. I mean, I have my struggles. I tell little lies sometimes to keep somebody from being mad. Then I have to go ask forgiveness for it because I shouldn't even do that. But I'm telling you, people, and they're all around me. And like I said, if I've got 20 of them around me, they're all over the place. Nobody gonna convince me I'm the only one that's. And people they're evil. They think evil thoughts. Everything's okay. Everybody can do whatever they want. It don't matter who they hurt. And if you hurt their feelings, you're the bad person. Don't be telling people the truth. That's silly. It
That's
makes me
that
feel like
sounds
I'm
like
not even a part.
that
I'm
sounds
not
like
even part of
humanity
this
though,
world.
right?
Yes, and it makes me feel like I'm not a part of this world. I live in it. I have to survive in it. But it, people, and every year it's just worse and worse. It's so sad. It just breaks my heart that people aren't opening their eyes, look around what's going on in this world, and try to make it different. I
But
see people walk by a homeless person wanting food. They got all sack full of food and won't even hand
yes,
that person a hamburger.
but
Ain't that that's sickening?
but
It's
that's what I'm
sickening.
saying though. Like, why can't you see that God does exactly what you just said?
Well, you know what Jesus said, when you feed the hungry and you help the widow and you clothe those that are
Yeah, you're
naked,
doing it to me.
you've done that for me. Yeah, to me.
But why doesn't God do that for us? Why are there starving children?
Because the world is broken.
Well,
Look,
wait. You
if
just said you just gave a great example of somebody walking by. God is always walking by, right?
no, he's not always walking by. He works in this world. He does. There's still miracles.
Well, not with the starving children. There's a lot of starving children every year.
Oh, that's horrible. I cry every night when I pray, and I pray for all the children all over the world because
Well, then why doesn't
people
God
are.
answer your prayer?
I don't know
So is that
why.
not walking by, right? That's like that is walking by the starving child.
Do you give your child everything they ask for?
If my child was starving, I mean that just wouldn't happen.
Well, I'm just
I'm gonna feed my child. Even if my child's the crappiest person in the world, I'm going to feed my child.
right. And that's what humanity ought to be doing for each other. He's teaching us.
Oh,
Look at your world. It's falling apart.
I agree with
People
you.
are
I
dying.
agree with you. We should, but it's because
So
no one else is going to do it. God won't do it, or God
well,
can't do it.
we're in a broken world. He has a plan to fix it. Now, saying that, why is God allow this to happen? Well, if God didn't allow anything to happen, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
I mean, I agree. I think that would
God
be
would be here and everything would be hunky dory.
why.
But what he's trying to teach us is he will walk with us. We're supposed to be caring for this earth and each other, and we're not. And every year it gets worse.
Well, it's because
People are horrible.
we never learned because God just kicked us out as soon as we made the first mistake. And then God made us learn on our own. Like what if God had like really helped Adam and Eve after they messed up, like a parent would do?
Right?
But I mean, I'm asking why didn't God do what a parent would have done? Like, hey, child, you messed up. There's a little bit. Let me show you the way. Let me show you how to do it. God didn't do that. God kicked him out and said, hey, you are now cursed. Go till the ground until you die. Go have horrible pregnancies. Be sad.
Well, really, women don't think that pain's so bad after they have that baby. Because they just keep on doing it.
Well, yeah, you get used to stuff. That's fair. Like I'm sure the men got used to tilling the ground. Like I'm sure, but it doesn't make it that it still wasn't painful, right? Like or still it was unnecessary. And
Well,
God,
they said it was thorns. He had to work the thorns out there. So God made it hard on Adam.
why though? You get teach him a
now,
lesson.
The only reason I know that what happened is because he said, if you eat from that tree, you will. Why didn't they eat from the tree of life?
Yeah, why not?
Tell them not to eat from the tree of life.
Well, I thought he said both trees, right?
No.
That seems
tree of knowledge. If you eat from that, on the day you eat of that tree, you will surely die.
Might be right. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure on myself.
Yeah, make sure.
You can keep talking. I'm hearing you, but I feel
Lord
like
have mercy.
I feel like you, if we talk long enough, you would agree with me on a lot of things.
Well, I agree with you. Like, I'm not sure why God does some things.
But I feel like you don't view it the way I view it, to where it is, oh well, that either is not God or God's bad. Because it like a lot of the mistakes that God made are just kind of stupid. So I kind of have more respect for if there was a God. So I don't take some of the stupidity in the book as true, or I'm just wrong, which would make God kind of like not a very smart being. Like the whole Old Testament or the whole Bible is basically a book about a creator trying to control its creation, which means it's just messed up. Like God just messed up from the start. Is that?
Yeah, mankind's messed up.
Yeah, but it's this is God's creation, right? So it's like a whole book of this. It's kind of a joke if you really look at it. It's this whole book of this creator. I'm like act like it's a computer programmer. It's a whole it's like this computer programmer that's making all this code, and the code keeps messing up, and the computer programmer doesn't realize that it controls all of it and it could just fix it. So it's just sitting there redoing the code, wondering what's going on because it forgot that it could just snap its fingers and change the code. But God is just tweaking everything. Like if God's perfect, why does God need to tweak? Or do you not think God's perfect?
What's he tweaking?
Tweaking would be having to come up with a plan for our salvation, right? That would be like a tweak.
Well, yeah, kind of. It would be a tweak.
So it's just like, why is that necessary if you're this perfect programmer? And then why isn't God in trouble for messing up? We get in trouble for messing up.
Because God didn't mess up. Because God didn't mess up.
But remember, that's what I'm saying. That's what the tweak is. You only tweak when you messed up a program.
He sent Jesus to save us because no matter what he did, we just kept falling down. Just kept falling down. He had to do something because there was no, if Jesus hadn't come, there's nobody would go to heaven.
Yeah, but
Well,
why
there's
does
a few. Abraham would because he was found righteous because of his faith.
why would God have to save us from God?
No, this is Jesus came down willingly and willingly sacrificed, put himself in our shoes. He lived like us. He was tortured. He was ridiculed by his
Mm-hmm.
own people
Mm-hmm.
and then crucified and hung on the cross. He did that willingly
Right. But I'm
and took
saying,
sin and to fix our broken world.
but who?
Because he
But fix it.
knows if
Fix
we
it from
learn
who
sin,
though?
we're not going.
Fix it from who?
Fix us.
Yeah, but because
We're
of
the
what?
broken ones.
Because of what?
Because Adam and Eve sinned.
Like, no. What if we don't get fixed? What happens?
You mean if we don't get saved,
Yeah.
then we'll be separated from God forever?
Right. So God is saving us from God's punishment, right? Like God's
He's
the one
saving
that
us the only
God's the
way
one
we
that makes the
can be
rules,
saved.
right? Could God do something different? Or do you think not?
Like, what do you
Like,
think he could do?
just forgive everybody. Could God do that?
No, because he said the wages for sin is death. So somebody had to take it.
Yeah, but that's not in Genesis, right? I'm talking at the very beginning. Could God have just forgiven them?
Oh, no.
Okay, so then, yeah, I'm asking why not? Yeah.
Because he's
Oh, think you cut out. Sometimes your Discord will go to sleep if you don't click somewhere. So just a heads up, you might have to click. How you guys doing in the chat? I think I hear
okay.
you. There you go. I hear you.
Okay. My granddaughter is trying to call.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well, I have to say no because he told them that they would die if they ate from that tree. So,
But remember, God's all powerful.
he is all powerful, but he's also not going to change. What he said, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, but God changes his mind in the Bible. God was convinced. Yeah, God was convinced to not do things. So that's changing as well, right?
Well, yes, that's changed. Yeah, he changed his mind. I remember. Yeah,
Yeah. So then
prophesying.
I think God can change its mind if it wanted to. Now the question is, why doesn't God want to? Because we do have examples when God does change its mind. So now that's a whole different discussion, and maybe we wouldn't have the answer for that. But to me, the answer is not God doesn't change because we see it. And that's why I brought up the divine hiddenness, is because God doesn't hide when God doesn't want to hide, which means if it's so important for all of us to know God, there is now no point of hiding.
But you have to seek him out.
We have to seek him out. Yeah, I mean, but you agree there's some people that seek and they don't, God doesn't show, or do you not think that?
Well, no, I think I've heard people say that, but I mean, I don't know what's in their heart.
Well, let's assume that not all of them are lying. Some might be lying.
Well,
But
I'm not even saying they're lying. I'm just saying that they think in their head believe, but they don't believe in their heart.
yeah,
God looks at your heart.
Would you say everyone that's never seen God doesn't believe in their heart?
Oh, seen God?
Well, how like we're because
I
remember
see
like
God. When I'm outside, I'm
mhm,
sitting out here in the country. I see God everywhere,
you
in the
see
birds,
you see
in the
nature.
bugs.
Yeah.
I see God because He created it.
Well, we can't prove God created it, right?
Well, I've said this before. Scientists say that the Big Bang had to have a cause. They don't know what the cause is, but it had to have a cause because nothing just happens out in midair.
Well, they don't think it
I
came out
think
of
that
nothing
cause is
though.
God.
It's just like the Big Bang is the expansion of our universe that doesn't say anything about what before is or what before even means, right? Because before time might not even make any sense. Like
Well,
that might
they
that
finally
might that might be
created
a
when
that
the
might be a
universe was
weird
created.
well that might be a weird question. What if the universe
Well,
is
that
what if the universe is eternal? Because I think you believe God's eternal, right?
absolutely.
So then the universe
But
could
I
be,
tell you
right?
this is why I don't believe the universe is eternal, because science is telling me it's not. But science isn't saying that there's not a God.
Science
They
doesn't
have a God
even worry about that.
and
Science just is just
proving.
discovering things. Like science is
Well,
just trying to figure out the world, or sorry, the universe. It there is no if there's a God or not thing. But
yeah, yes, I understand that.
okay, well, I
Okay,
did.
well, this has been a great
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm glad you caught. I'm
I'm
glad you
going to
caught
go
in.
talk to my grandbaby because she's 500 miles away and I don't get to see
All
her
right.
very often.
Thank you very much for giving me the conversation. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'll be back.
All right, I'll be here.
All right, y'all have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. All right, who's next? Who's not scared to jump on the call? Don't be scared. I see you guys are having a good little chat. Uh, welcome, Xenos. Welcome, welcome. What I'm gonna do is go grab me some more orange juice. Anybody that wants to step up, I will post the link. Hopefully, when I get back, you guys aren't scared. Looks like we got Kindred hopping in here, so I'll be right back. Kindred, stay in the stage or stay in the backstage. I'll be right back, brother. Let me get some music on here. Here, you guys keep chatting it up. I like to see you guys conversating. As long as we keep it respectful, I don't care. That's it. Let's do some scary. Let's do some mystery horror music. That was loud. Sorry. So we're gonna have a buddy Kindred call in here. So let's bring Kindred up. Yo, yo. Get rid of that. Welcome again. Zonios. I'm probably saying that so wrong. Welcome back. Is that anybody feel free? Click that link, get into the backstage if you want to come have a chat. The topic for today is divine hiddenness is nonsense. So be prepared to talk about that because I don't think there's any excuse for God to not show up. Also, don't forget to click that button. Click your buttons, make YouTube happy. Our channel is growing, and this is our channel. It's a channel about honesty, no matter what you believe. And as long as we can be honest about it, I can have a conversation with you, whether that's ghosts, ghouls, goblins, aliens, whatever the case is. Most of the time, we're just sticking to the Bible subject at the moment. But as long as you can be honest with me, I feel like you can be on my team. No, I couldn't hear you, brother. Let me put you back up again. I forgot your name on here is different than online or on Discord. You're unmuting yourself, so just check your mic. Make sure it's linked up to the correct mic on your PC. Because I saw you unmute yourself. Yeah, 2K subs, man. That's a small but good achievement. I'm not gonna downplay it. I think that's good. We had a goal. Been doing this for only been doing the lives a little bit, but the channel for like a year and some months, and we got 2K subscribers. I'll take it, man. Yeah, I know I've spoken to you before, Kindred, on here, so should work. You can hear me, right? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, yeah, so you just got to figure out your end. I mean, I'll wait for you, brother. So once you figure it out, be good. I would go to like your sound settings and all that. Make sure your default mic isn't set to like a controller or something. I know I have my PS5 controller plugged in sometimes, and I'll be like, "What's wrong?" And it's like connected to that mic. So once again, guys, topic today is divine hiddenness is nonsense. If you think you got a good reason or a good explanation to why God is hiding, I want to talk to you. Sure, take your time, man. Who's been fooled? I got a message today. Somebody said I'm speaking for God with my channel. I didn't know what to take. I didn't know how to think about it, but I'm like, you sure you mean what you mean? uh, I mean, I'll fight with you, but it's going to be a respectful fight. To me, there's no reason to not be able to argue and like, yeah, I'll disagree with you. I'll call you out, but it doesn't have to turn into like we're fist fighting. So maybe if I do this for 20 years, well, probably never going to happen now. I'm a little too old for that. But I can see how Matt Dillahunty sometimes gets pissed if he's been talking to the same people for like 30 years. I can see how you get a little frustrated, man. What do I think I could do that? It's easy for me to say no because I have not been talking to the same talking points for that long. All right, let me pull you back up, Kendra, to see if it works now. Another way to try Kindred is just to go to my direct messages and just try to call me. See if that works. Like drop out of here and just try to call me on a voice call. See if it works. Hello? All right, if this one's not working, then yeah, you got your setup messed up a little bit. So yeah, you just gotta you'll figure it out. But I'll wait on you, bro. So we're good. But I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the channel. All right. Gotcha, call. There are so many people that would love God to talk to them, man. I almost don't know any atheists either that wouldn't want God to talk to them. I would say that a lot of atheists want God to talk to them more than believers. That's a hot take. And just like what I noticed, a lot of skeptics know the Bible more than a lot of believers because, I mean, I wasn't this way when I was a believer. I probably knew more. It's kind of funny. I forgot a lot of my Bible verses now, but when I was a believer, I literally, I think I've read the Bible like 6 times front to back, and I used to have to push through all the begots, right? But I made myself read every begot. I was like, I said, this is there for a reason, right? All of these begots are there for a reason. So you read it, Jay. So I used to read them, mark my line, and be like, all right, I'll get back to the next ones. Yeah, everybody probably. Yeah, that's true. I would say at some point in their lives, people have been like, man, God, come on. Maybe not. Maybe not everybody. There might be some people. I'm speaking from a privileged United States, so there are places where people have never heard of the Bible. Still, I believe. So people don't like that Old Testament, man. We're waiting on Kindred. Kindred, I suggest having one of your buddies call you and see if it works, and then you can figure it out for there. But once again, thanks everybody for joining up. This is our celebration stream for hitting 2K subscribers. So thanks to all you guys, even you people that think I'm wrong. Obviously, you probably subscribed. So thank you very much. Thank you. Old Testament is the serpent. I don't know what that means, but you're welcome to hop on in and have a chat. Well, oh, are you saying the Old Testament was the devil? So are you a Gnostic? Isn't that like a Gnostic thing? Like the Gnostic Gospels talk about the demiurge, which was the creator of the universe, right? I would love to talk to a Gnostic if you are. Hit me up. Hit me up. God, it's only the beginning of the week, man. Thinking about that. I still got to go to work tomorrow. Oh yeah, we like those scriptures that that allow us to stay in charge and keep money. Yeah, I don't see many pastors out there trying not to keep that money. I always ask this of Christians. I was at the belief that Christians should actually be the poorest people. And in the US, that's not true. I believe probably overall, because most poor countries are like religious in a way. So I could be wrong on this statistic. Maybe most Christians are poor, but it's not by choice. Like when we're talking about third world countries, a lot of those are Abrahamic religions, and they aren't poor by choice. Gnostics are just rational as followers. Oh, sure, but that just shows. I like Gnostic stuff just because it shows you that there was more of what people thought was true back then, and then the authorities took control and made one thing true. I mean, kind of one thing, but there was a bunch of writings going on at that time. So it's just like, how is this one correct? Why did you pick this one? Right? So I like to use all the text to prove that they're probably all wrong. And that's just the reality of it. And not even probably. It's just like, come on, these texts are wrong, guys. They're wrong. Let's just be real about it. Doesn't mean there's not a God, but we didn't get it. We didn't get it yet. Sorry, we didn't get it, guys. We gotta be honest about that. We just didn't get it. I wonder how much writings are lost though from Gnostic stuff. Like, Christians were just burning books and shit, so we lost a lot of crap. All right, who wants to step up? Looks like our buddy Kindred is not able to step up at the time. About the Big Bang. I think she is kind of honest at the end there about the Big Bang stuff. I could be wrong. I have to go replay it and look at it. I think people will say what they believe at first, right? Because sometimes when you have a belief, you just hear what you want to hear or you read what you want to read. So that's why I like to talk to people a little bit longer so they can hear themselves. And that's my hope, is that you hear yourself enough to realize where your argument might be bad. And that's always my tactic. It allows me to be nicer as well, because I just want you to hear, right? Like I want you to hear yourself. So I allow you to talk. Let me invite. Invite to voice. Let's try that. Paula White will pray for me if I send her money. You say it's still lying? I get what you're saying, so I can't really say anything against it. I think there are people that don't realize they're lying, and I know that sounds weird. I don't know, but I agree with you at the same time. Like, it's weird. Okay, he's still trying to work it out. Sounds good, Kindred. All good, man. They're keeping up. Why don't you join up, man? You seem like you got a lot to say. I would like to talk to you. So go ahead and join. Seems like you got a lot to say. Join up. Let's talk. Let's have a chat. Oh, also, if you haven't seen the video today, go check it out. I think it's a very interesting video where you got this couple that's traveling in Jerusalem, and they're talking about how Jesus is going to come back. That's all I'll say. Once you see the thumbnail, you'll know where I'm going with it, but go watch that video if you haven't watched it. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. I think it's one of my better, like, mind freak videos, making you think. You guys remember Angel Mind Freak? Was it Chris Angel Mind Freak? Something like that. I think McTime, there are different people that need to hear different things. That's all. And there are people that need to talk to me in order to be more honest. And there's people that need to talk to people like Matt Dillahunty, right? There are people that need that. So it's nothing against that. There's people that need to talk to Justin, right? Who is just super, like, knowledgeable, right? Like, so there's different people. And I'm just a different type as well. Not everybody's going to like my stuff. Not everybody's going to be able to communicate with me. But there are some people, and that's all I'm looking for. The one person that needs to hear my voice and the way I do things, that's what I'm here for. Well, here's the thing about the what you just said, Charles. The cool thing is a religion is evolving. And I think if this is why I'm saying the next steps are not necessarily we need to stop trying to make people believe. That's just not going to happen. Just like you couldn't make yourself believe, it makes no sense to try to make people stop believing. So we just need to start trying to have conversations, but forcing the honesty part, right? Like the caller we just spoke to, she was being very honest. She didn't change her mind, but hopefully she now goes back and it's like a little less apprehensive about questioning what she's saying, because she can come talk to me again and I'm not going to condemn her. Right. And I think that's what most people need to be able to take even the first step of being honest, is just feeling like they won't be condemned. It's scary, man, when you're questioning your beliefs. It is scary. And you don't want somebody to just knock you down because you believed in Santa Claus your whole damn life. And and maybe it's true. Like the Bible is like a Santa Claus for adults. So it's gonna take years, guys, to get people out of this. Like we got to stop thinking it's going to be instant. It's going to take years and years and maybe never happen, but at least what we can do is start training people to be able to be a little bit more honest. Oh, I get it. I want them to stop the lying and special pleading too, right? But like I said, there's different ways of doing it. Some people need you to punch them in the nose and they get it. Some people need you to brush their hair and they get it. So there's just different ways of doing it. And I think all are needed. So we're on the same page, I believe. All right, let's look up some more verses for divine hiddenness. I had some verses in here. We can look up some of the apologetics, right? So I think we already tackled this one. Somebody said God is hidden because of free will. I think that's probably the worst one because God wasn't hidden to the devil. God's not hidden to the angels. And supposedly they all have free will. God wasn't hidden to Adam and Eve. They had free will. God wasn't hidden in the Old Testament at all. Obviously, they had free will. So I don't think that's a good one. God is waiting on GTA 6. Don't get me wrong, man. I can be the bad cop. The people that are in this channel that know me in real life, I can be the bad cop. So don't get me wrong, man. If I know you're blatantly lying, I will jump on your ass. But just saying. Yeah, so I think the free will argument, 0 cents, none at all. God can do whatever God wants, and we still have free will, even though I don't believe in free will. But I'm playing the game here. There's another one that says God gives enough evidence. I don't know. Let's see what that one is. Like, so yeah, we kind of got through that argument too in the last one where, Barbara, was it right? I think it was Barbara. I apologize if that was your name. Your name wasn't Barbara, but like some people would say that God gives enough evidence through like nature and all that other stuff. But to me, evidence wouldn't be vague. Right? So, no, you're not ruining my image. It just is what it is. And eventually I'll get a caller that is doing what I'm saying. And then you'll see my ramped upness. I'll be kind if the other person's kind, if the other person's admitting things that we both know are true. We're all good. So eventually I'll get somebody that brings it out of me. So it's all good. I'm always going to be honest about it. I'm not going to like hold something back. So yeah, I just haven't had anybody call in like that yet. So all good. Another apologetic says people reject God because they love sin. I think that's stupid. That's probably one of the oldest ones. Another main one, of course, is God wants faith. I don't know, man. Like to me, like faith is one thing, confusing people's another. Like, and we went over this before. Like, a relationship requires trust, and how can I trust somebody if I never see them? Right? It doesn't make sense. God's timing is different is another one. It says that doesn't make sense because what is time to God, by the way? Or maybe I should have brought that up in the last call. It doesn't make sense that there's any kind of timing for God since God is outside of time, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. It doesn't make sense. I've also of the type of person where I said, why aren't we already at the end? Right? What is God waiting on? There should be no waiting. We should already be there. And I think I did have a caller that said, we already are there. That was Ruby. I wish Ruby would call back. Ruby said we're already in hell. Or in our heaven. She said we're there at the end already. Thought that was an interesting conversation. Brent A, thanks for the subscription. I can't talk. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back since we're still waiting. You guys keep chatting it up. Don't forget to hit that like button. That's right. I'm back. You thought I was gone. Back. All right. What up, Brenta? How you doing? All right, guys. We're looking for somebody that wants to conversate and defend the divine hiddenness. Somebody out there, come defend it. It makes no sense to me. Come change my mind. Divine hiddenness. If divine hiddenness makes sense to you, or do you, if you think God isn't hidden, step on up to the plate. Let me know what's up. I think I can make you admit a few things. Don't be scared. I am here to hold your hand. I am here to help everyone be honest. I can help you do it. I'm good at it. I can help you be honest. If you just call in and let me know what's holding you back, I will grab your hand like a little child, not in a bad way. I will grab your hands and lead you to honesty. I will. Sometimes everybody just needs their hand held, guys. Don't be afraid to be. Hold on. Don't be afraid to have your hand held. It's okay. We all need it sometimes. All right, let's get a poll in here. Let's get a poll. Don't forget to click your buttons. Click your buttons. Let's do a little poll. Let's dance on the poll. Now, this question is pretending that the story is true, by the way. I know some people are going to be like, that's not a fair question. Anyways. Womp womp. Why can't I even click on my own poll? Isn't that stupid? It makes me say yes on the poll. Isn't that weird? Hold on. Man, I got to go to this other link. I'm looking over here because there's another screen. I got dual screens, so don't look at me weird because I'm looking over here now. What is my question? I forgot the question. What's the question? What did I put? Oh shit. I'm not gonna answer. I'm not gonna do my own poll. I'm not gonna answer that. It's a trick question. Come on. Not a trick. It's not a trick. I'm wondering who's gonna step up to the plate. I know we don't got a bunch of people in here, but there's gotta be one believer in here to step up. I mean, the answer is just a no. There's no good reason, guys. I put it like that for a reason. I want y'all to be honest. I even want my believers to be honest. You will not get struck down by lightning. I promise you. If you admit that God has no good reason to be hidden, you will not, like, I promise you, it won't happen. Watch. Just click it. Watch what happens. Nothing's going to happen. I promise you. Just click it. God has no good reason. Watch. Here's the thing, too, right? And this is how I was as like a believer as well. Why would God be upset at anything I had to say? Why would God's feelings ever be hurt? It never made sense to me. And that's something I want you guys to think about. Whether you're a believer, if you're not a believer, you don't care. But if you're a believer, ask yourself, why would God be offended? How can an all powerful being be offended? Right? Let's think about that. It makes no sense, guys. It makes no sense. God has a very good reason to hide from me. What is that? What is their reason? All right, you guys are twisting my words. I get it. All right, all right. All right, we got 75% no. So I want some of you guys, some of you that said yes to join. And let's have a chat. Let's see if you can convince me that I'm wrong. And I will definitely admit if I'm wrong. If you come up here with a good reason, I would be like, damn, that's pretty good. But it's up to you to join. Uh-oh. Do you want to come up to the stage again? Yes, God gets offended. I think that's pretty easy to spot. That God definitely gets offended. I am a jealous God. And was it Deborah, right? Deborah? I think it was Deborah. Let me know if I'm wrong. Um, the fact that God got upset at Satan for wanting to be like God is also one of my things, right? Where does it say God is a jealous God? Let's see what verse that is. God is a jealous God. I forgot to put my verses up here. Sorry. Let me get my notepad out. I like to have the verses up that I talk about. These are some old verses from last stream. Let's see. Exodus 25. I think this is a good one. Like being offended can be in different ways, right? So thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, Lord thy God, am a jealous God. You only can be jealous when you're kind of offended, right? We want another one. Is that not good enough or no? Like God is offended if you worship idols, right? And I said this before. It doesn't make sense that God craves worship at all. It's kind of strange. Any leader that wants worship, I'm talking about a very specific one right now. If you live in the US, any leader that wants worship is not a good leader. Any leader that only wants people to say yes to him or it is not a good leader. A good leader wants you to be able to say no to the leader. Don't forget, join on up. You want to have a chat? All right, Kindred's going to try again. Let me invite him again. See if it goes. And invite sent, Kindred. Ooh, all right, we got about, I don't know, maybe 20 more minutes. Yeah, God also has regrets, that's for sure. All right, we got Kindred in. Let's see if it works. Hello, hello. Dang, that's tough, bro. You had it working the last one time you called. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh, I hear something.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear echo though.
There's echo. Okay, hold on. All right, we're on to something. We're on to something. Okay, is this a little bit better?
Say it again.
Is this a little bit better?
Yeah, I don't hear echo. So, well, no, now I hear it. But
Frick. Okay. All right.
you're almost there though, bro. Keep trying. Keep on trying. Keep on trucking, baby. I know y'all don't know about the Temptations.
about this?
Let me see if I hear myself.
Dang it! Hold on, because this is going through. Okay.
All right, I'm talking
I
again.
think it should. Okay. Hello.
There, we're good. We're good. We made it, bro. We made it. We made it. How you doing, brother? Yeah, how you doing?
Hey. Oh man, I've been blessed. Better than I deserve, man.
All right. Why is it better than you deserved? What does that mean?
As in, I just know that there be mistakes sometimes, and I in this process I learn, and I've been given a lot of grace by a lot of the people in my life, and yeah, I'm just grateful to be here, bro.
All right, cool, cool. You say you don't deserve it, so I'm just curious,
Hey man, hey, look.
I'm in the fact that like I think that most people deserve it. It's just they're taught that they don't deserve it. Oh, let me turn you up. Hold up. Sorry.
I think that we should it'd be good to give grace where but you know if we weren't charitable, then we would a lot of the times we would have to face the ramifications of our consequences just in general.
Oh yeah, if you weren't nice to somebody else, yeah, they're not gonna be nice to you.
Yeah. Or even more so just like cuz you say things out of turn and somebody actually like looks into that rather than taking it at face value and being like, "Oh, they said this to me, so this means blah blah blah." And so I'm going to react based off of that rather than
Oh, okay.
trying to be charitable. Those kind of things, like giving grace in that way, because it may have been something that was said out of turn, but you know those kind of things, man.
Well, I
It's
think
just grace,
we allow certain people to do it and certain not to.
and that's why I
Like
say
I'm gonna allow my wife to just talk shit to me more than somebody else.
exactly. I think, and that's where I say that I've been given a lot of grace, man. I'm glad to be where I'm at.
Okay, so you weren't talking about God necessarily. That's my point.
Oh well, I've also been given grace by God too.
Yeah, but how do you know that? Because God's hidden.
Ah, okay. Well, I believe that him being able to sustain the entire universe,
What?
that gives credence to grace in that way.
You
So,
can't just jump to that.
oh, okay. You want me to substantiate it? I
we,
can, I can.
we,
Re-
you
I
have
actually wanted to present.
what proof do
Oh,
you have that God created the universe?
okay. So, have you ever heard of the argument for motion?
Yeah, motion. Like, why is there fucking motion?
No. Why is there change? It's not. It's called the argument from motion, not like from actual motion itself,
Well, I think there's a
but
physics
from.
one too. Hold on. No, keep going though.
But
Yeah.
it's coming from the fact that change exists, and it's like a really old argument by this guy named Thomas Aquinas. Are you
Hmm.
familiar?
Yeah, I know what that is. Yep.
Okay. So, um, yeah. So it goes off the principle that change exists. Can we agree that change exists?
Sure.
Okay.
You mean,
So and
hold on, let me be fair, because I'm always like, what we call change exists, right?
yeah, I was
Okay.
about to define my terms.
All right.
So
All right.
essentially, change is just going from something that could be to what it actually is.
I would say it's just
It,
time.
yeah, but I think time is the process in. I mean, time is the measurement of a change occurring.
I don't think it's measuring. Is it measuring? Hold on.
Yeah, it's time
Um,
is distance. Oh well, yeah. I think it's
okay.
time is
I,
distance over space or something like that.
I think I can agree with
It
that. Yeah.
yeah, it changes its spatial position, and that's what
We
creates the illusion
we
of time.
we notice time because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So, but change itself is going from something that could be to something that it actually is currently.
I just don't like the actually is part, I think.
So, um, okay, so
Because
in order for you to
at every moment it actually is that.
Yeah, and I don't think that like that's not a controversial thing because time is an ongoing thing, but things are being actualized in real time.
Okay, I think we're just using extra word. I think you're just meaning is it changing? It's changing.
That's what I that's what I'm saying. Change exists.
So why are we
In
adding
order
the
for
extra word?
okay, because I'm describing the process of which change occurs. Something that goes from potential to actual. That's what change is.
All right, I'm gonna roll with you. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure we getting the concept at least.
Yeah, I'll roll with you.
Okay. All right. So, um, everything that is actual has to have come from a potential, and that potential also comes about from something that was actual. We see this creating a causal link, is what they call it. And so it's continually a potential is being actualized. But if we go back far enough in the causal link, and if everything has a potential and being actualized, nothing would get actualized.
You already know I disagree with this.
How? How
Because
so?
because you're saying what started the universe.
But I'm not okay. Okay, so let me get. Well, what would you call the thing? Or hold on, wait. Before I get to that, what's your contention with it again?
That if because your only answer to that is God, right? Which now I have the same question for God.
Hold on. No. So that's not my question. That's not my definition. I haven't even got to the God part yet. I just go into potential being actualized.
All right.
All I'm saying, yeah, just follow me. Just follow me. So, without anything, without potential, nothing gets actualized. But also, nothing gets potentialized. Everything potential comes from something actual, already previously.
Okay.
So we need something. If it goes back infinitely, then nothing ever gets started. But we see that things are being actualized.
But that's not true.
Change. We see that things do get
changed.
No.
I'm saying like
and that change occurs.
Infinity literally would mean what you're saying is possible. Like I think of it.
But what I'm saying, okay, no, but it wouldn't though. So
like where's the beginning of a circle?
The beginning of a circle is when it starts.
Nowhere. It's nowhere. So, there is no beginning of a circle.
But that's not something being potentially or actualized potential occurring.
No, so you said that something that has was actualized has potential is like it had to have something else, right?
Yeah, something else had
right. But if I draw a circle, where is the start of the circle?
Okay, so but what does that have to do with a potential being actualized?
That's your infinity right there.
Oh, but that's not potential being okay in our observable universe. That's not potential being actualized though. I think that in theory, yeah, infinity could exist, but in order for a circle to exist, in order for a circle to, are you just taking like the mathematical theory of a circle into account?
I was saying because you said that the infinity doesn't work.
Yeah, because potential and actualization, nothing will get actualized without a potential.
But it already is actualized because I can't draw a circle without a dot because I think there's no such thing as lines, I guess. Like it's just like dots, dot, 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 right? Like a bunch of dots that make the lines and it makes the circle. So it's already inside, like in what a circle is, it's already actualizing and potential. It's all there. and then it loops back on itself. Like, how many numbers are there? How many numbers are there? It's the same. It'd be the same thing as a circle. Like, how many numbers are there?
Like, are you just saying like in pi itself?
No, like we could use pi. Does pi ever end?
No.
All right. So that is what I'm saying. That is infinity.
But that's not a potential being actualized, though.
Each number is a potential being actualized.
Oh wait, no. How?
What is pi? 3.14, and then after the 4, that's another potential being actualized. After that, another potential, and then go on and go on.
Okay, so interesting. So could those numbers be different than what they are?
I mean, pi is pi.
Exactly. So, but those numbers are determined by that circle. It's already been determined by the nature of that circle.
Wouldn't pi make the circle?
So, no, the circle makes pi.
I think it would be opposite.
How so?
Because yeah, like pi is a description.
Yeah. So, but could that circle potentially be different than what it actually is?
I mean, it's a circle.
If pi is constant, could that circle be different than what it actually is?
That's what a circle would be. I don't get your question.
So what I'm saying is, it's actualized. Oh, okay. In the context of what potential is, it's saying everything that something that is in the universe could be.
All right, give me another example.
Just like, I guess, a child being born, being a male or female.
Okay.
That's a potential being actualized, or something just being born.
Yes.
In general.
But you're naming something specific. But I am saying like, they weren't made out of something that wasn't already there.
Exactly. That is a potential that has already been actualized. Something that has already been actualized is actualizing the potential of.
So you mean potential by like just arrangement of atoms? Like a different arrangement is what you're calling potential. And I am saying what makes whatever you're calling the potential always exists.
But it's being actualized. So it's changing. There is change occurring.
The only change is what we're describing how it came together, right? It's still the same. It's
actually,
still the.
Hold on.
Oh shoot!
Oh, sorry.
Jesus just came. What happened? Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Got wrapped up there, I guess. But that's the thing. Okay, so a circle, by your definition, is constant and cannot change.
It's a circle, sure.
Exactly. So
I mean, it can get bigger. It can get bigger.
But when it comes to its actual dimensions of pi, it will not change. Therefore, it's pure potential. It's not being actualized.
All right, keep going. I want you to finish, so go ahead.
Got you. So, anything that cannot change, it will not change by this definition will be potential. But we have a causal link. We see that things are changing. We see that things are actualized. Just like if we had a phone on,
mm-hmm.
and we need to charge our phone. We see that our phone is charging. So we just hooked it up. We see our phone is charging. But if we plug that phone into an extension cord, and we know that it's charging, and we plug that adapter to another surge protector, and if we plug that one into another one, and then that one into another one, will our phone get charged?
What?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What?
Okay. Okay, so what
If
I'm saying,
I keep plugging my phone into different adapters, will it be charged?
yeah.
Keep going, man.
Okay.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Okay, where I'm going with this is you need something that is the source that is actual, that is pure energy that will be able to actualize and be a first cause and start that causal link or be the source of that causal link.
And I am saying what you're calling energy is already in existence. Otherwise, you would not even be able to use the plug to do anything. Like, there's a reason why we have not found out. Like, this maybe we do, but for right now, that energy could not be destroyed, right?
Yes.
So that is the thing that you're talking about right there.
Yeah, okay. So time and space and matter could be infinite, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about potential being actualized.
Yeah, but if I have infinite stuff, everything will be actualized.
How so?
Because I have infinite options.
No, you will have infinite potential, but you will not have infinite act.
Yes, but what we just said that can't be destroyed is always moving and changing. That's what we call energy.
Yeah, but it still will need to be acted upon in order for it to be actualized.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with this one.
Okay.
Like it is what it is, and it causes everything. That is your God in a quotations here. That would be your God. Energy cannot not move.
Because it's been set into motion. It has come like just like how we have kinetic and potential energy. It had to have started as a potential energy before it was kinetic.
Aren't you just saying what I just said? Like energy can't not do what it does.
Yeah, but we see that things are constantly changing. Things are constantly in motion.
Why? Yes. Well, hold on.
Yeah.
But they're in motion because of what I'm saying is the intrinsic thing.
But it's not intrinsic though.
Why not?
Because it's what we even see it occurred. It's the nature of what we see. It's potential as it is, and it's being acted upon. It's not continually acting. Its potential is being actualized, and I think that's where the contention, where it might be a little bit.
How does something outside of this interact with it? Let's say it that way.
How does something outside of it interact with it?
Yes, like I'm saying, the very first thing would be some kind of energy in the universe. Is that right?
Well, it would have to be. Hold on. It would have defining it. It would have to be pure act, meaning that it has to.
Sure, I'm calling it energy.
Okay.
You can call whatever word you want, but it's literally energy. That's what act would be. That's what potential would be. I'm sorry. That's what would cause potential is by emotion. And motion is caused by energy being transferred.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a type of change that occurs. We see again potential being actualized.
But I am saying there
energy transference.
I'm saying there is no other way. What does no energy look like?
It looks like pure potential.
What does that look like? What does it look like?
And I think the closest we could get to it is just the matter that we see in space that is like extremely still.
That's still moving.
Even though I said the closest we can get to it, I didn't say that's exactly
Because
what it is.
what
But
it makes more sense to say there is no such thing as non-movement.
okay,
Okay,
so
what?
but but why is wait, okay, so if there's no such thing as non-movement, then well,
It's like
hold on.
I'm basically saying there's no such thing as nothing.
Yeah, I also agree with that. I don't agree that matter can be created or destroyed. But what I'm saying is that the potential that the universe had, we see things moving right now because that there was something that's already been acted on. It's a potential that's already been acted on.
Then you're gonna have to tell me what acted on it
Okay, so we need something
and
that is.
prove it.
So we need something that, philosophically, we would need something that is purely actual, that has no potential in order to start something. Because then, if something has potential, then it has the potential. Then it has
if
been
it's
started.
if it's acting on something else, it has to have potential itself.
But
So if we're talking about God, it
it
means
also
God has potential to move this object. It's still potential.
but not nature, not in its nature. No,
What do you mean? It has the potential to do something different, right?
no.
So
It
creation is not change to you?
it needs to be, but is God creation? God is not creation.
I'm saying if God
But
exists,
even
God would
but
still have to be
we're
changing, which means God is the same category of what you're talking about.
we are getting way in over our heads. I haven't even gotten to the God part yet.
Well, it's the same thing.
Okay, I know we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to God,
All right.
but we need to establish that
And hold on,
nothing.
this is still tying into this hiddenness thing, right?
Yeah, it will.
All right.
Okay, so we see that the things in our universe both have potential, and they both also have they both have potential and actuality within them. They are something, but they've been changed from something. They had the potential to be something different, but they actually are something.
We don't know if they could have been something different.
I would. Okay, so I would disagree with that because we see things being different. We have different possibilities.
Yeah, but when I say
time.
different, like let's say what would be a proton? It either can be negative or positive, right?
Yeah.
Or electron. Okay, I'm not a physicist.
I was gonna say that's neutrons. Or particles can be either positively or negatively.
And I'm not a physicist or anything, so I'm saying anything wrong here. But my point is, it has limits.
Yeah, but it also has potential. So it has.
But it only has the potential of what it has the potential of.
Yeah, and that's according to its nature. But things they have the potential to be one or the other. Probability and possibility do exist in our universe.
Possibility. Okay, keep going.
So we need something that is purely actual in order to get the universe in motion.
Why are you saying we need that?
Because if there is nothing that is because if it goes ad infinitum, nothing will be actualized. It needs to have potential.
I think you're inserting that there needs to be something else, and it can't be it is what it is, but you're also going to say that God is what it is.
But that's just because hold on, wait. I don't know. Let's see. So we see that all the matter in our universe has potential, right? Just like how you said with the atoms. is positively or negatively charged in that way. It could be either or, depending on a number of factors.
Okay.
Right? But that potential would never get actualized without something that already actualizes it.
Yeah, but we already established what that
and
is.
And so we need something that is purely actual, that has no potential, in order for the universe to be starting in motion. Because we see the universe as it is.
You know what no potential sounds like to me?
What does it sound like?
Nothing. It doesn't exist. You can't have no potential and then do something.
It needs to be purely actual. That's what I'm saying. It needs to continually be actual.
That's our energy, bro.
And eternally actual.
That's our energy. You're just calling it God for some reason. I don't know. But no. That's literally what energy is.
But it needs to have been a first mover in that sense.
No, you just said no. You just said there is something that doesn't need a mover. I am saying we already know what that is.
And I would say that is a part, I guess.
Like you're just making it God for some reason.
Because because it would meet the qualifications of what just the classical theists would say God is.
Yeah. So are you calling the God the universe?
I would say that well, hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Why? Because you're scared to say that God is the universe?
No, I'm not scared to say that.
I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
It's just not following from the arguments that I've laid out. so far. So we see that there is a purely actual being that is a first cause to set the universe into motion. Whether or not the universe is infinite is disregarded.
I disagree. Go ahead. Because if it's infinite, you can't say that. That's all.
I would also disagree.
Like the definition of infinite means it didn't start. Like you can't say infinite and say there's a start.
But what I'm saying is, okay, so if matter in itself was at a point in time, just like we have a purely actual being in this argument, then there has to have been a time that that all matter in the universe was also purely potential, even if it was somehow infinitely going back in time. To be set into motion, into change, had to have occurred in order for it to be where we are right now and seeing change occur in our universe.
So God is what you're saying is what always was right now, yet it took motion to... You see why it doesn't make sense?
No.
So if you're saying God is the actual, what was God actually? Like, what are we talking about here?
So God was pure act, meaning that he is continually doing things, like forever.
Continually changing? God changes, bro.
Actually, not changing, because it has to be immutable. If it has potential, then that means that it could be changed, which starts the causal link all over again. It can't be. It has to be actual in order to change.
I think I can help you here. Okay. All right. The reason God doesn't work with this is because I'm assuming you believe God is like a personal God.
I haven't gotten to that part of the argument yet.
Whatever, man. You believe it.
Yeah, I believe it, but
all right,
for different reasons.
But as soon as God becomes a personal God, it kind of destroys your whole argument. because that means God at certain points in time is what you just said is not always the actual, right? Because God is changing, which means God has potential, which means God is continuously changing again. I just keep saying changing, which means God could not have been the start.
Okay.
Because there is no start, by the way.
And I also agree with that. I think that the universe is also infinite, but that has nothing to do with my argument. I think that the universe is infinite both ways.
Okay, so go
But
ahead.
in order for change,
Just say you agree with me, and we can end the conversation. I don't know.
In order for change to exist, there had to have been something that, okay, like I said with the phone instance, there has to be a source in order for there to be change occurring. Change in my scenario is our phone charging. We see change occurring. So just like how we see that the surge protector has the potential to power the phone, it has no actuality until we link it up to a source that is purely energy.
In my scenario, the phone wouldn't have a choice but to be charged. It doesn't. You don't have to plug the phone up in anything. It exists. So with existing means it's going to be a part of the system that I'm talking about, because there is no way to not be a part of the system. Like, everything exists because it has to exist. There is no other thing. The only thing that can happen is what we see its existence as, right? So different atoms come together to create different things, but at the end of the day, they're all made of the same crap. So it's just a different way of putting it together.
So you believe that there is no potential in the universe? You believe that things are actually and necessarily so?
I think there's no potential in the universe. I do not think the universe that could be anything different than what it is. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Or what it could be. And even what it was and what it could be. Do you think that's a statement? Is that the statement you're making?
Say that again one more time.
Yeah. So could the universe be any different than what it was or what it could be?
I would say no. Now, if we're talking about this universe, now I don't know if there's like multi-universes, and those would also fall into the same category.
So you don't believe that the universe could be anything different than what it is right now?
Our universe was always going to be what it is. Yes. It's the only universe I have to show. So yes, this universe was always going to be how it is.
Okay. But even if that is the case, the process in which we got here is out of the potential things that could have happened.
The process is out of there. So you're saying there's this bucket of potential somewhere, and then we got popped out into this one. Is that?
I guess. I guess.
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, just tell me.
Yeah, I guess when you put it like bucket of potential, I guess, yeah. I definitely believe that things could be different.
Okay, but that's our infinite.
But you said that's our infinite?
Yeah, like, so there's an infinity of possibilities, but our universe, once it, I hate the word began because I don't think it began.
Yeah,
but
once you could just say once it changes or once it comes to be the way it is.
Once whatever the Big Bang is, when that happened, I was always going to be talking to you. Like, there was no other choice. Everything was already set into motion, and I was always going to be talking to you at this very moment in time.
But so what you're proposing is I could never have gone into my room and went to bed. In like that's not a possibility that could happen.
Otherwise, you would have done it.
Okay.
I don't believe in free will, by the way.
I I understand that, which is interesting because you also hold people accountable, which is a thing.
I have no choice.
But at the same time, you do.
No, I don't. I am the way I am. Like there's I don't have a choice in this.
So you're like a hard determinist. So you don't believe that there is any kind of way that anything else could.
You don't either because you believe in God.
I completely do.
You don't. No, if you believe in God, there is no free will either. Can you do something that God didn't know you're gonna do?
Okay, so knowledge does not equal causation.
But can you do something? Can you surprise God? Yes or no?
No, I cannot surprise God.
Which means you don't have free will.
No, that doesn't necessarily entail.
Okay, go ahead.
And the reason why, or do you want me to go on with the rest of my argument, or did you want me to stay on this?
Well, the free will goes into the divine hiddenness.
Okay, so what I wanted to demonstrate in my argument was that everything in the universe has everything that has potential and actuality is matter within the universe. So we see that if something is pure actuality and has no potential, then it can't occupy any level of space.
What is something that has no potential that you know of?
That would be the actualizer.
What is that?
And that would be what traditional theists would call God.
So you're literally just saying the universe, bro. We already have something that we know, or sorry, that is the most. It's the only evidence we have, and it is the universe. We know we are in a universe. There is zero evidence for a God, which means the universe is exactly what you're talking about. If you want proof.
But the universe is spatial, therefore it has potential. Therefore, it cannot be that first actualizer.
Fine. Then what is God in, bro? Like where's God sitting at?
Sitting also
whatever you want to mean by sitting, by the way. Where's God at? Where is it?
Like that's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur because it's saying where is God, like he's in some kind of like he occupies some sort of space. If you're telling me though. If he's purely actual, then he can't occupy any space by that definition.
What is God?
God is the first act.
Which means it had to be somewhere.
No.
How can you act without being somewhere?
Because you can. How can you act without being somewhere?
Yes. You might have just cut out.
We see the proof that there is an act because things change, because things have gone from potential to act, and that's what I'm saying. The proof is in the fact that change exists.
Yeah, but you're not telling me, is God a thing or no?
Yes.
Okay, so where is that thing at? Or is God like? Are you saying God's like a number? It doesn't, like, I don't think numbers really exist.
No, because numbers are a different, like, discovery, I guess, would be an interesting word for it. But discovery, they have a different nature than because numbers are not pure act. Numbers are just used to describe something.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, are you just saying God is like a description of
This pure act. Yes.
But as soon as you say act, bro, it's not like a number again. Like that, I brought up numbers for a reason because it's just like
You
it's just like a description of something. It doesn't really
okay.
exist. So it's like, are you saying God is like that?
But it necessarily must exist or else change couldn't occur.
But we already agreed that change is the only way things can exist. Period.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. We need something that is purely actual in
No, no,
order
no.
for change to exist.
If there is no other way, you don't need anything else because everything is that already.
But in order for it to be there, it had to have gone through the process of change. Something potential to
You-
actual.
I feel like
And I know
I might be explaining this wrong, but
I know
it's
I know you. I know. Okay, so if I can just try to steal a man and
yes,
understand
yes,
what
yes,
you're saying.
yes. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're saying that because things cannot be anything other than what they are or were or will be, that it negates the idea that something must have potential in order to be actualized.
It negates the fact that something needed to do something outside of the system to cause the system. The system is self-sufficient on its own.
But it can't be by definition.
You're saying God is though.
Because he must be necessarily.
Yes, but I am saying the must be necessarily is already there. We already have it.
But it can't be by its definition and by its nature.
But it'd be different if you told me God doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but then that'd be pure potential, in which pure potential, like we don't see.
The fact that you say God, like the universe doesn't do anything to me.
You said the universe doesn't.
Like it doesn't. It's not doing anything. You're saying God is actually doing something.
Yeah, the universe, but the universe does do things. We see like stars exploding.
That's not the universe.
That's not the universe.
No, the stars and all that.
Oh,
like,
you mean like the universe as like a
the universe. No. This is hold on. I think I might be walking you down the line here. That's why I brought up the numbers definition to you, right? The universe is what we describe everything as. It doesn't exist in a way. Like the stars, the planets, the dark matter, the black holes, all of that are the universe. It's like saying 2 + 2 = 4. It doesn't. It's not real. Like we're describing everything. We're describing something we see. That is what you are saying God is. So we are saying the same thing. I am just saying we don't need God for that. We already have what that is.
To that sense, I would say no, because numbers on themselves do not necessarily exist.
Yes. The universe
But God-
doesn't necessarily
but God-
exist. It is a description of everything.
But God must necessarily exist. God's not a description of everything.
Oh, yes, it is. Because you just said, you did say that.
What did I say?
How are you? Because you're saying that God is the reason everything is here, which is the same thing as saying everything is in the universe.
No, that's not what I said. I said that me personally, I hold that the matter in the universe, again, is infinite, going back and potentially infinite moving forward as well.
Okay.
But in order for it to be changed, there had to have been a first act.
The first
It may
act.
have exi-
The
it
first.
may have exi- it may have existed and it continually existed, but it does not experience change without a first act.
Then the first
That-
act. The first. You're doing the turtles all the way down, bro.
The turtles?
Yeah, there's turtles all the way down. That's what you're saying. Because I literally can ask you. Then somebody had to act upon God to be God.
But then if something had to act upon God or a quote unquote first mover, that makes it no longer a first mover, meaning that nothing will ever get actualized. Nothing will ever get actualized without something.
Is God infinite?
By definition of what a first actualizer would necessarily have to be, it has to be.
What's different? Okay, maybe this will help me. What's different about God and the universe?
Okay, the universe has potential, God does not, by nature.
But I already described to you that the universe is not anything, just like God isn't.
By universe, if we mean all of the matter that encompasses existence, that's what I mean by the universe.
Everything together equals the universe. Everything in the universe equals God. That's what you're saying.
No.
So what is God, bro? What is it?
God is the thing that necessarily acts upon the potential that all matter in the universe has in order for change to occur.
I feel like I need a drawing. Do you understand how this doesn't make sense?
I don't get how you're not getting it, but it's okay.
No. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying you are literally just saying the universe.
No, I'm not, because the universe has matter, and therefore it has potential by nature of being matter.
And
God being purely act. If something is purely act, then it cannot have potential. Therefore, it cannot be matter. Therefore, it cannot be the universe.
All right. Well, God acts. God has potentials. We've already proven that. So then
God doesn't have potential. God doesn't have potential.
Yes, God does, because God changes.
He's immutable. How does God change?
Wait, come on. We don't have to go over that.
Not how does God change? Because we could even see if the whole argument about the biblical God or the Quranic God or the Hindu God is
Oh, okay, hold on.
Hey, hold on, wait. It's
okay.
removed from this argument altogether. It is just the basic theistic God.
Hey, hold on. Because are you saying that
the concept of God?
That God is, because I would agree with this point. All the gods we ever wrote about cannot be what God really is. Are you saying that?
I would disagree.
Well, then now we're back. You can't play it both ways.
But that's a different argument. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Because
it's big, man. Because the God of the Bible, according to you, makes no sense.
It's a different argument. I can argue for the God of the Bible, but that's a different argument than what we're saying right now.
Yeah, but it ties together.
Yeah, exactly. But even though it may tie together, it's a different.
Because
argument. I'm trying to build a cumulative case.
I can agree with you that there is possibly a God, right? That's cool. But my point to you is now you have defeated your personal God.
I would also disagree with that.
You can't. Off of what you said, you cannot.
How so?
This ties into the conversation.
Wait. Actually, hold on. Wait. Do you agree? Do you agree that this God does exist?
Wait, hold on. Do I agree the God exists?
That this God, the God from reason of the argument of motion exists.
No, because I think you're saying the universe. But I'll play the game with you.
Hold on, wait. Now we gotta agree on this before we can make it to the next step.
No, I'm saying you're saying the universe, bro. You are saying the universe.
What I'm saying is what distinguishes the universe from this first mover is that the universe is all the matter in existence,
Hey, all you did,
and all the
go ahead,
matter
go ahead.
in all the matter in existence contains potential. Therefore, it cannot be the first mover.
And I am saying there is no such thing as non-potential.
Huh?
There's no
So
such
you're
thing
saying
as,
that,
in order to exist
but
means
no,
you
no.
have potential.
But in order, wait, okay, so if everything is continually acted upon, then there is no such thing as change. So you're saying change does
Yeah,
not
man.
occur.
Hey, that makes more sense. Everything's just infinite, bro.
But change obviously occurs.
Like time literally, like by your, like the way we're working this, like it's just a description. It doesn't, like, it's not really a thing.
But
It's a description.
but it's a description of a real phenomena.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's describing the thing that always is.
It's describing something that. So you're saying change exists as a thing.
What we call
change is real.
What we call change exists. Yes, sure.
Okay, therefore the universe cannot be purely actual because
No, I am saying
if it does, then change cannot exist.
There is no other choice, bro. In order to exist, you have to be changing.
And
that is
from it. Things can only be as they were potentially were.
Just like God. Even if God's real. It's still changing. God would just be the most powerful being that changes. And to me, even if there was a God, it's still stuck where we're stuck, by the way. I don't believe this all the way. But from what you're saying, it's still stuck where we are. It's still stuck in the universe, bro.
It can't be within the universe because everything in the universe is matter. We have potential.
How does God interact? How does God interact with anything? Let me hear this. How does God interact with anything?
Hold on, wait. Before I say that, I misspoke. My bad.
Okay.
So it has to be that this thing exists and transcends what we know as matter.
Why?
It's necessary because it has to be that way because of the nature of what we see within the universe. We see that things are matter. We see that things have matter. They have atoms. They have protons and electrons, and they move in a certain way as according to their nature.
Let me say this real fast for you. We see things are stuff. We see stuff. And guess what? As soon as there's stuff, bro, it has to be doing something. That's what our energy is. And then what we describe is how we can measure how it comes together. That's a description of something. It's still made of all the same crap. It just looks different in different forms, and it never goes away. Now, black holes, once we figure that shit out, maybe me and you will have a different conversation because black holes seem to do some really freaky shit. Like black holes are weird. But what I'm saying is you're not saying that inside the black hole there's God, right?
No. I'm not saying inside the black hole is God.
Okay, so what is God? You can't just say God is potential.
No, I'm not saying God is not potential. He, by definition, cannot be. That's what I'm trying to say. He is purely act, meaning that it's continual actualization occurring.
Does that really make sense to you, man?
Yes. Because change exists. We see things being actualized all the time, from going from a potential state to an actualized state.
Hey, hold on. Without anything else, though, you're making up this other thing.
It necessarily has to exist because we see change occur. That's what I'm saying.
How can I word this? There has to be something that you would agree is doing something on its own, just like without the whole God thing. Crap. I don't know how to word it. Keep going. They're like, because we have to.
Literally can't be.
Yes, I mean you're making up something.
I'm not making up anything. You're just
saying.
Arriving to this.
You're saying, hey, this. You're saying this happens, this happens, this happens. So God.
No.
Yeah, well, hold on. That's what you just said. You just said the actualizer. I don't know what to call them. The actualizer.
The actualizer.
Oh, actualizer. God. What?
Because it necessarily has to be the case if change occurs. If change exists, then God exists.
Then if God exists, another God exists.
Say that one more time.
If God exists, then there's another God that exists. Because there has to be an actualizer for gods now. Because gods can't become gods unless there's some force that makes them gods. That's what you're telling me.
Say that one more time, please.
Gods can't be gods unless there's a force that makes them gods.
Okay, so can't be implies potential. But God does not have any potential.
But you're telling me God does things.
Hold on, wait. Actually, I'm not even going to refer to this thing as God for the moment.
Okay.
The first actualizer cannot have potential. That's it.
But as soon as that thing does something, it has potential.
No.
Yes.
No. How so?
Like, that's why I said you're talking about the universe, because the universe doesn't do anything.
But that's what okay. So, but the universe. Okay, when you say the universe, what are you implying? Because I think I define my terms as the universe is all the matter that is in existence.
It is a description of everything together. It's not doing anything.
The description of everything. Okay, so when you say
everything in existence is the universe isn't doing anything. Everything that we describe that makes the universe is doing the things. The universe itself is not doing anything.
But that's where I would disagree. The universe is changing.
No, the
universe is going from a constant state of potential to actuality.
You know what? Cool. We can go with that. But what I am saying is, guess what? The thing that cannot be destroyed that we know of at the moment is still the same. Even if it changes forms, it's irrelevant because it's still the same.
Wait. Okay.
So all of the things that make the universe would be like energy and matter, blah, 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 blah. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what we call the universe. So if we want to say energy is the most basic form of everything, I'm still saying the same thing. Energy doesn't change itself. Does that make sense?
And that's what I'm saying as well. It doesn't. It comes from a potential, and it was being from potential into kinetic energy. It had to have begun.
No. Energy can't not move.
In our observable universe, we see things going from potential energy to kinetic energy. Is that not true?
My point to you is motion. I'm sorry. Everything has to move. It has to. There's no such thing as non-movement.
And I'm saying the reason it has to move is because it's been acted upon.
Wouldn't it stop?
By something, it had to be acted upon by something outside of itself and something prior.
You're literally saying the universe, bro, because you're saying that everything has to keep moving because there is some force that keeps everything moving. That is the universe.
I'm not even saying there's something that keeps everything moving. I'm saying that there has been something that was the first mover.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're saying the first mover, but there is no evidence of a first mover.
Change is the evidence of the first mover.
We don't need God for that. We have the universe.
Oh my goodness. But the universe is composed of matter. Therefore, it has potential. Just like how I said potential. Okay. So, just like how I was explaining, we see everything, every energy that we see acted upon, and every change that we see, it starts with a potential. We see it with lightning. We see it with our bodies moving. We see it with everything that is spatial.
All right, I got this. All right,
okay.
walk with me here. All right,
I'm walking with you. I'm here.
So everything that you're listing happens to be something we have proof for, right?
Yes. So
why do you walk? Like, so you're talking about, we're talking about matter, we're talking about planets, stars, or whatever. What's weird to me in this conversation is we use, and I think I said this to another guy, we use science, and then all of a sudden you make up something. And what I'm using is like, hey, bro, I think you're just saying the universe because that's the only proof that we have. I don't go beyond that because there is no proof beyond that. You say God, I'm like, well, wait, where does that come from? You've been spitting science to me, and then now you bring up God, but there is zero proof of God.
But this is science, literally.
No, God's not science.
Hold on. This is science, is what I'm saying. We literally can observe these things happening
in the universe.
And we can observe the universe changing and can make logical deductions based off of those observations.
And it leads us to a point at where we don't know anything. And that's where, if you said we don't know, I would agree with you. You're not saying you don't know. You are saying that there is something that nobody can know exists.
What I'm saying is this thing necessarily exists.
No, the universe necessarily exists.
The universe, what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You already have your God right there. Nothing could exist without the universe, right? And remember, we're sticking on science and what we know.
Okay.
So nothing could exist without the universe, right?
Okay. So nothing exists. I would say nothing exists without matter. Okay, I think we're just on our definitions of the universe. Is just.
I am saying you are saying the universe, bro. That's what you're calling God. You're saying the universe.
But we have different definitions of what the universe is. I'm not. When I say the universe, and what seems to be getting hung up at is, you're saying that the universe does not have any potential.
The universe is a description of all the potential.
What I'm saying is...
Did you hear that? Because it's different.
You said it's a description of all the potential.
Yes.
Yeah. And I also agree with that because matter contains potential by its nature. Can we agree with that?
Matter... Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, it does stuff. I think you're just saying matter does stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
But not just matter does stuff, but it changes from something that it could be into something that it is or can be.
Does stuff, yes.
Okay. It's because it's more than just does stuff, though. Because act is different than potential.
When you say act, do you mean purpose?
No.
Okay, just making sure. All right.
Yeah. No.
All right, now let's tie this into the hiddenness part.
Okay, so the reason why I wanted to point this out And I want to take you through, but
I think
what I was trying to say was
hold on.
what I was trying to say was I know one of the defenses that that a lot of people have, and I'm not sure if you hold this, but because we can't see God, that's kind of like an indication that he doesn't exist at all.
The Bible God doesn't exist.
Say that one more time. It cut out for me.
The Bible God definitely doesn't exist.
So what I'm trying to say is, classically in theism, we see that if this God of reason exists, and all matter in the universe has potential, and this thing is purely actual, then it cannot be material, and it cannot be spatial, and it cannot be time bound, because that implies potential.
You're literally saying the universe.
But the universe has time and it has space,
No, no, no,
so
no, no.
it can't.
You're confused on what the universe is, bro.
No, I would say you're not you're confused, but
No,
I
no,
don't think that
you can say it back to me. I said it to you. It's fine. I feel like you're confused on what the universe is.
Okay, let's define. Okay, we need to agree on what the universe actually is.
I am saying the universe is what you call God.
And I would disagree with that notion. Do you know why I would disagree with that notion?
Yeah, because you think God's a thinking agent.
No, 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 no. That's not why.
Okay.
I think I said it before in the conversation.
God is the potential, or sorry.
No, no. No. Close, close.
God is the actualizer. Actualizer, yes.
And so, and the universe, with all of its matter, by nature, has potential. This first mover, by definition, necessarily, by its nature, cannot have potential.
Unless we're talking about infinite.
That's a differentiating factor.
Unless we're talking about something that's infinite.
No.
An infinite thing never needed a start. It actually doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying it needed a start.
That's what the first cause would be.
No, the first cause is just something that that causes change to occur. If all matter is infinite and it just doesn't change, then it still exists. It's just potential being actualized.
If all matter exists, it can't be changed, or it could be changed.
It can be changed.
I mean, if you exist, you have to have the possibility of changing.
Exactly. So it contains.
But you're saying God can't change.
Exactly, because he
What do you mean exactly?
Must not.
What do you mean exactly?
Yeah, because he must not. He can't be. By very definition, he must not have potential.
Cool. So there's a reason I just said that, right? Because that means God doesn't exist. I just said if you exist, you have to be able to change.
Oh, okay, hold on. So this thing must necessarily exist, is what I'm trying to say.
I am saying if you exist, you have to be able to change. You are saying there is something that exists that doesn't change. Makes no sense.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, okay, I did misspeak. I didn't hear your question all the way through. My bad.
Okay.
So I say if it exists within the universe, it must experience some level. It must experience a level of change.
Keep going.
Yeah, and so what I'm defining as a universe is all matter in existence. So
I think you're cutting out.
it cannot be material or take up any space.
Which means it doesn't exist.
No. It necessarily has to exist because change exists currently.
All right, I don't know. I thought I could get you to walk down on this one, man. I don't know. I think I'm making total sense here.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
All
I don't
right,
know.
that's fair, man. I feel like
But
the way you're saying it, you literally destroy the God you believe in.
I would disagree. But
Because you're like do you understand the fact that you're like let me just grant it to you real fast. The God that you're saying would do nothing.
No, because he's purely actual.
But it wouldn't there wouldn't be a Bible because what is the point? Right? There wouldn't be a sacrifice of Jesus because what is the point? Like you get what I'm saying?
Different.
No.
Different argument.
All of this ties together, bro. Because
Okay.
if the God that you're saying exists is God, it literally would be doing nothing, which is why I'm saying you're describing the universe. The universe doesn't care. It doesn't think. It just is. You are saying God is the universe.
No. I would say that this God, I will move into a different argument to appeal for as to why this God or matches scripture. But what I was just going for was just that one argument as to why God would be immaterial and therefore undetectable by
the hiddenness part.
Yeah, and that's what I was going for.
And you know why I'm saying no, I agree with you on that part, right? That's why we don't know what the universe is in. Like I'm doing quotes here. Like what is the universe in? Right?
Come on, man.
Like we don't know like what is the universe in? Like that it's confusing.
Yeah, I would be motioned to say we don't know and we haven't been to the edge of the universe yet. So like
Yeah, but if you think about it, it doesn't make sense, right? Like we're asking what is the universe in? Just draw the circle and say it's the universe. Well, wait, what is that circle in? Like what's outside of the circle? It might not be. It might just not even be a real question.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't think that necessarily has any like.
Well, it's the same thing. This is why I'm thinking like you're calling it God because you're saying something has to be outside of the universe because you're picturing a circle, which is the universe, and you're like, well, wait, something had to be outside of that.
Well, I say regardless of what it is, if it exists, then it's matter. As for what we can see, occurring in our universe, even if light hasn't touched it yet, then even if some light hasn't touched it yet, we know that energy can't be created or destroyed. So whatever is outside the universe has to be made of some sort of matter. Or
no, I'm saying there is no outside of the universe. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
and that's why God doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Did you see what? That was my point. Like something being outside of the universe doesn't make sense. Therefore, you saying God is outside of the universe makes no sense.
Okay, I'm not saying that God is outside of the universe necessarily, but it does transcend. Or this first mover, not even we can assign a different name to this thing. But this first mover, it transcends the universe.
All right. Why does it like? Let's go into because I want to go back to this subject. Why is it your God?
Okay. So, man, I really don't want to move into the next part if you don't agree with me on that part. But I can move into another argument for divine hiddenness if you like.
I literally think you destroy your God with your argument. And that's why I'm trying to talk to you about the Bible, the Christian God, because as soon as we start talking about the Christian God, I'm going to go back to your definition of God, and then you're going to have to say that the Christian God is wrong.
Okay. So hold on one moment.
Yep.
Okay. So, uh, all right. So my case as to the Christian God, but okay. So as it pertains to divine hiddenness, or just in general.
I have your reason for divine hiddenness, I think, but I want you to explain
Okay.
it.
Okay. So I would say that um, when it comes to just the God that we see in the Bible, um, we see that. Oh wait! Before we go into this, have you studied the virtue ethics at all? Have you looked into it
I
at all?
I have been actually.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Are
all
you
right.
gonna
So
tie that into this? Okay.
I'm gonna tie that into this. Yes,
All right.
indeed.
All right.
So we see that God, in the Bible, uh, we see that He wants to make uh, He wants to have the most moral weight for humans as possible.
Yeah. Why just
So that's
humans?
um, because we're the ones who are made in His image.
What about angels?
Angels are not made in His image. Angels are
Right.
said
So why did
have
they?
been made in His image.
Why did God make
But
angels?
okay, so what does this
This
have to do
this
with
this
divine
all
hidden?
this all this all.
Wait.
No, this
What is
all
this?
ties
Wait.
together. I just need the answers.
Okay. Actually, I can't recall off the top of my head if the Bible has an explanation for it.
There are some angels that are just there to praise God, which is weird. There's an angel that's there just to scream holy, holy, holy. And this is also going to disprove the Bible God, by the way, because
But
God doesn't hide himself to angels. God seeks worship and praise and forces some angels to do it, which makes no sense for divine hiddenness again. So why is God hidden to us, but it
can
also
you
wants the same things from us?
the same things? Not necessarily. We're made
It,
for
it wants
but
worship.
God wants something different out of us.
God wants
Not just
worship.
no. He doesn't want worship, like just worship as it is, like in
All
that
right.
sense. He
What
wants.
does... Go ahead.
So I think just saying, just whittling down it down to worship, it might be an oversimplification of what we see within Scripture or within the Bible. Um, so when it comes to the angels, and can I have the references for Scripture for those angels? I would like those.
Yeah, like I think Revelations will talk about the angels screaming holy, holy. Let me see. Hold on. Because you don't agree that angels are made to be slaves?
I actually just I haven't seen the writing on it. That's it.
Okay, okay. What do you think happens in heaven? It says we will just praise God forever.
Well, wait.
Revelations 4, somebody said. Let me check.
I don't know why I don't have my Bible on hand. Let me get my Bible right quick.
Yeah. Yeah, Revelations. You might not be able to hear me right now. So I got a couple things for you. Are you here?
Okay, I'm back.
All right. So Revelations 4:8. It's describing the angel. It says, "Holy, holy, holy, Lord God Almighty, which was and is to come." The description on that one, and this shows the heavenly beings worship God continually. Let me put that verse up here.
Okay, hold on. I'm also.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the screen for you too.
I'm actually not on YouTube. Seb, I need to.
Oh, okay, that's good.
There. But
There's a lot of this is Revelation. So Revelation 4:10 through 11. The 4 and 20 elders fall down before him that sat on the throne and worship him that liveth forever and ever.
you said okay. Hold on. I'm on your live stream. That text is small, my brother.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Thanks for telling me. Yep. Let me zoom in here. That good? It's lagging a little bit, so let me know when you see.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Revelation 4:8. That's just, we see this at the end time. We see that.
Well, I bring up the end times because that is the end goal, right?
Of this earth.
Of existence.
And of this earth.
of existence. The whole purpose for God creating anything is for its own glory.
No.
Revelations 4:11. For thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure, they were created. I think this says it plain and simple. Let me put this one on here for you.
Yeah, I see the.
Like that one is right there. We were created for God's pleasure. That's it.
That's what the beasts are saying. That doesn't necessarily account for it to be just like the case end all be all.
What do you mean? For thou hast created all things for thy pleasure. They are and were created. I don't see how we twist that one.
But are you seeing the context in which it's being said, though? And even the context of Revelation as a whole.
Go ahead. If you want to explain it.
Just seeing what we see in the verse before it, we see the 4 and 20 elders fall down before him that sat on the throne and worship him that liveth forever and ever, and they cast their crowns before the throne, saying, Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. So we see this is an end time prophecy, vision thing that John is experiencing, and this is a description of what these people are saying in his vision. We don't see like this is supposed to be written or taken as something that is proclaimed throughout all the earth, or even that all believers are supposed to adhere to. This is an instance in which this is being said.
What's the first commandment?
The first commandment is thou shalt not kill. I don't know. I'm such a bad Christian. Oh my gosh.
You're good. All these things tie together is all I'm saying. Exodus 23, chapter 23.
Yeah, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me.
Right.
Right?
Why does God say that? And then add that with what else I just said. This all ties together.
Exodus.
So we got God saying that you should not worship anything but me, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the verse in Revelations, right?
So
So
those are all.
if God is saying, I want your worship, you better worship no God beyond me. Plus God is saying, I created all of you to worship me. It's what I am saying. God created all of us to just sit there and worship him however he wants. It doesn't mean sitting there all the time. I'm not saying that. I am saying it is literally slave type stuff. You have no
Yeah.
choice but to worship God or you die.
That doesn't follow. We just like I was saying with the verse in Revelation, that that was purely a vision, and
Well, no,
we
I'm
also
tying it to
see,
something else too, though.
but yeah, in Exodus we see a different scenario in a different instance. This is one, God is speaking to the Israelites in a nation where there are other gods being not only being followed, but also we see that the Israelites have turned uh, into this nation,
So is it
and
okay if
so
we worship other gods or no?
no, it's
Okay,
not
so then
okay.
it still
But
applies.
but we see that God not only we see since He would be the arbiter of moral goodness, He's saying that if you put anything else before me, you're not going to end up in a uh, you're not going to end up in a good relationship with me if you put these other gods before me.
That's
You're going to end
jealous.
up
That's jealousy.
is there such thing as good jealousy?
Good jealousy. Let me look up definition of jealousy real fast.
Like
Uh, Good jealousy. Hmm. Wanting exclusive loyalty, attention, or love, and being angry is the key when that goes away. No, that'd be a
uh
no.
I don't see that part of
It says what I
the
have is
definition.
jealousy means wanting exclusive loyalty, attention, or love, and being angry when the loyalty. Oh, this is pertaining just exactly to our subject. My bad.
So
What definition do you see?
I just see the state. Hold on, wait. Jealous.
Because this is tying into what we're talking about.
So so you don't believe that um, the jealousy that you have for, even though it may not be like the caricature of what we see of jealousy, but the
Mhm.
jealousy that you have over your wife isn't a good thing.
No, like you mean if
You said,
somebody else wants to be with her or something?
yeah, if somebody else tried to act the same way you do with her,
No,
is
that's.
it?
I wish I wouldn't get angry, but I would. That doesn't make it good.
But
It
if
would be
you,
better for me to be able to just trust her, not worry about it, and not worry what somebody else is doing. That would be better. But yes, I probably would be jealous. That's not good.
I I would I would also disagree to a degree because when it comes to like your wife per se, she's
And to be
in
fair,
your
I'm not a real jealous person, and it's because I'm confident in myself.
and I would also agree, but
So God is not
I think that
confident. That's what makes God jealous.
no, it's not that God is not confident. It's just that He knows the hearts of men. Like if you're seeking a relationship with your wife and if you're seeking to deepen that relationship, then you're gonna bring that up to her and be like, hey, we're in this covenant together. We should not be having these types of relationships outside of this covenant, right?
I don't see how that makes jealousy a good thing.
It makes it a good thing because you're doing what's
I should do that without being jealous, though. I'm only jealous. I'm only jealous. Go ahead.
You're only jealous, but you're only jealous because of the what should we call it?
Because there's a chance for somebody to outdo me. I'm jealous. Yes.
Not even that. No. It's jealousy out of what you know, and it's the principle of you two sharing something, and
I can do that without jealousy. Jealousy would actually ruin our relationship.
But it's like, hey, this is my wife, right? It no longer becomes this is I'm not sure of your wife's name, but it no longer becomes this is so and so. This is Erica.
Okay.
It becomes this is my wife.
Sure.
And
I don't. Okay.
And so that not necessarily in a bad way says that like this is a possession, but this is saying this is something that we share in this covenant.
Well, remember your question was, is there a good time to be jealous? I'm saying no.
I'm saying, is there a good type of jealousy?
No.
And I say that, okay, so maybe it's, okay.
There's a reason why God is against jealousy. like, what do you mean?
Yeah, he's against covetousness.
Jealousy.
And envy. He's against,
that's
see how he sets these two things apart, because there is a distinction between the two. You see that there's a covenant going on, and that you're sharing this thing that is still in possession, even though it's in possession of the other person as well. It's still in your possession to do to steward well. Envy is seeing something else that someone else has and wanting it for yourself. I think that's the distinction that God is making.
Yeah, but jealousy is the same.
But it's one is,
I'm only jealous when I think someone can take something from me or has something that I want, which would be the same thing in a consideration for like my wife or something.
But just okay, so just like how there is such thing as like a righteous judgment, there is a righteous way to be like, okay, I wish there was another word to say.
Well, jealousy is just what it is. It's not good.
But that's
now to be fair to you, I could twist it into being like, hey, my jealousy is good, but I would have to twist it.
But there is a level of jealousy that goes into that goes into seeing the things that would damage the relationships within your life and saying,
right, but what's the good part of there? The good part is the relationship. Now we are trying to find ways to keep the relationship, which can turn into bad things. And jealousy is one of those ways of keeping a relationship that is probably not a good idea.
But it also could be the way to keep the relationship that is a good idea. Because
how? Yeah, okay, well then explain me how. Okay, because what's going to happen if I get jealous of my wife? I'm going to treat her a little bit differently, and then more in an angry way, or more in a possessive way, which can be bad.
Okay. Yeah, I think that it just matters. It matters the. I think it's all in the nature of the response. Because you can act out of wanting to preserve.
Yeah, but if she doesn't like my jealousy, then it doesn't matter. It's up to her.
But
I can't be like, hey, my jealousy's cool because I say so.
No, and I would also agree with that. But
right now, let's tie this back to the God subject.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's necessary. But I think that your wife also might cherish it if she sees that you actually cherish the relationship enough to be like, hey, like, we belong to each other.
I think you'll agree with this. Is there are better options than jealousy, and if you can have those options, you do those first. I get that jealousy could turn into something good, but if the goal is a positive relationship, jealousy is one of the worst options you have to make a good relationship, which is why it is silly for God to be jealous and want a good relationship. Now, here's a question for you.
Okay.
So if a human said, love me only, worship me only, and if you leave, I will punish you, that's possessive, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. God is jealous like that. And you're saying that's bad. So why is it good for God?
What I am saying is that the level of jealousy that you're saying
I just gave you the God's jealousy. That's ultimate.
What I'm saying is going back to your first point. I know that you kind of switched, and I'll also answer that as well. But
if you go back to the first one, that's fine.
Yeah. So I think that jealousy and just the emotions that we experience with people and the love that we experience with the people within our lives and our relationships is just that. It's relational. So you're going to have certain emotions and certain feelings and certain actions based upon the relationship that you have with the people within your life that you love. Mm-hmm. So that's what I would say when it comes to the jealousy. He's talking to a people who he knows are not only in a land of idolatry, but also a lot of sinfulness, a lot of unrighteous ways. But God wanting them to align themselves with good and that which is righteous, he wants them to go away from that lifestyle and from the influences that are causing them to go away from that. Now, mm-hmm. to your point about when it comes to what we see with God, we understand that that sin. We kind of minimize the idea of what sin is in the totality of just the Christian worldview. If the Christian worldview is to be taken at its core value, we see a God who is completely good and is the source of all things which are good.
I would disagree with the God being completely good.
Yeah, and I'm saying if we're taking it at the Christian's core, like what our core claim is.
But when I hear that though, I go to the Bible, and I don't believe Christians if they say the God of the Bible is all good, because there's obviously not good stuff in it.
But does the Bible condemn God in that way?
The Bible should. God, I wish God condemned himself. I wish God said, I messed up.
And I think that there's even a level of we see.
Well, sorry, God kind of does say it, but he doesn't punish himself.
Are you talking about the verse where he says he repented?
Yeah. And it's more of like a bad boyfriend that's like, it's your fault I hit you.
No.
It's your fault I hit you, man.
That's definitely. Oh,
Oh, good.
we just. Oh my goodness. We just see in that verse in particular, and then I'll move on.
Oh, well, hold on.
If you
Because
if you want to talk about it,
No, I really wanted you to answer this part because remember, the reason I'm saying that God's jealousy is obviously bad, that's why I gave you that scenario. We would all agree if you have a sister or a mom and the father or boyfriend said, hey, love me, worship me, or if you leave me, I will punish you. We would try to save our mother, our sister, or whoever. We would try to save them from that relationship.
Okay, so
Right or wrong?
Yeah, I agree.
So why is it different for God?
It's because their intentions, and not only their intentions, but also their means.
Yeah, but what if they say like, "Hey,
okay,
I'll give your sister the greatest life in the world. She'll be so happy.
No,
but if she doesn't love me or worship me, I will punish her."
I think that's the wrong analogy per se. I think that it's more so that we see God as more so a physician than a jealous boyfriend. We see that we see this world is sick. We see this world is broken, and in order to heal it, it may take a shot. It may take some level of the cure might bring a bit of pain, bit of unease, bit of discomfort and suffering. But we also see that the doctor means not only to bring you well and to bring you into a better state of living, but also we see their intentions behind that. It's not something that's selfish in itself.
Yeah, but if the doctor came to you and said, love me, worship me, or I will not help you, we would say that's bad. Now, the doctor's job, I could be an asshole to the doctor. It's still the doctor's job to save me. It doesn't matter how I act towards the doctor. He has a they have a responsibility to help me. And they take an oath for that. There's a reason, because it should not matter how I treat you. Police officers are the same to me. It's a very hard ass job. But guess what? You're supposed to die before somebody else. Like it's part of the fucking job, right? It's part of God's job. Hey, you're God. Guess what? Deal with it.
Wait, okay, so
and the doctor example is probably the best for you. Like, the doctor is not allowed technically or by law to not help me because he doesn't like me.
But being under the law and being the lawmaker, and
so might makes right.
I don't think that might makes right. No, but the purpose in what he's doing, I think that your example, it misses what I was trying to say. So you're saying that this is like, oh, love me or else I'm not gonna treat you. No,
well, it says I'll punish you.
This is God saying loving me is the cure.
All right, let's look at, if I find a verse where God punishes somebody for not loving them, do I win?
No. Okay. No, I'm saying you're missing what I'm saying.
Okay.
God's saying if you love him, then you're going to keep these kinds of commandments. You're going to be cured from the thing that is making you broken in the first place.
And now tie that into the doctor example. Would that be okay for a doctor to do that?
It's not saying okay, if the results,
say I never listened to the doctor's advice, is it still the doctor's job to try to save me on the operating table?
If you are rejecting your service for from a doctor,
No. I'm saying, like, I didn't listen. I kept drinking, kept doing whatever. I'm about to die. Does the doctor have the right to say, hey, I told him not to do it, I'm not helping?
No, the doctor is still saying This is the cure. Even if you come in sick, even if you come in drunk, all that. He's saying, hey, this is the cure so you don't do this anymore. And if you keep on doing it, then it's going to lead to death.
Yeah, but God, wait, get the doctor here is all powerful in that scenario. Nothing has to lead to anything.
Okay.
It sucks, bro. It sucks. It sucks being God, man. I get the sigh. It sucks.
No,
God can do anything, which means there are zero excuses to do nothing. And that's why I brought up the doctor example. In this scenario, the doctor literally can save me. Right? It's like the doctor has the ability to save me and doesn't because I did not do what the doctor wanted. That is horrible.
Okay, so my question to you would be, if you believe that God has these higher okay, you would agree that God has these higher moral powers, right, according to the Christian paradigm. And
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so therefore wait, okay. So if you're believing that God has these transcendent qualities, then why should he be morally accountable by the temporal standard and by the man standard?
Why do you think? Why would I say that God is responsible? There's a few other things that I when we first started talking, every time we talk about God, you have to tie into these three things. God's all what? God's all what? Let's name them.
Yeah.
All loving.
All loving.
All powerful. All knowing.
All knowing. Yeah.
Now that means you have responsibility to do to help. Let me say it that way. Because if I knew you could have saved somebody in my family, you had all the power to do it, and you just sat there and watched, I would condemn you.
Okay, so just like how you
not even just my family, but anybody.
I got you, and I understand, and I would condemn that person too.
So let's condemn God then. Let's condemn God.
Just like how, okay, so just like how you're saying, you would okay. I'm a man.
Mm-hmm.
I have,
and God's the man.
The only reason why I would do that, and okay, so the reason why I do that is because I understand within my temporal nature, not only the value of life, but also everything. I'm looking at everything through a temporal lens. If you're taking the skeptical viewpoint of God, you have to understand that God sees and knows everything. The totality.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Everything. Exactly. So, if you're going to take the okay, how could you possibly know that God does not have if he sees everything?
Mm-hmm. Have a plan.
He doesn't not even have a plan. How could you see that he doesn't know the what could come from it, or what could come from without it?
Okay. Well, I don't know if you said this, and I guess nobody goes to hell. I know Buck believes that in chat. I don't know if that was you as well. Like, okay, everybody at the end is going to heaven. And there is nobody being punished. Then
I'm not a universalist, no.
So, okay. So if you think somebody could be punished, now we're back to what I'm saying.
So, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to judge a man,
mm-hmm.
then we can't really make those types of judgments Is it right that we make these types of judgments on something that sees
Yes.
and knows everything?
Yes.
How so?
Because if I'm going to hold a man to a standard that doesn't have all those abilities, I better hold the thing that has all those standards to that. I'm sorry, has all those abilities to those standards. It's like also, do you think our president should be able to get away with stuff that we can't? Are you one of those people?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I think he should be able to get away with less. Like if I do something wrong, it's whatever. When he does something wrong, it affects the world.
But I think that is also that's also due to not only our own nature, but also the temporal. Not only is it
No, no,
due to our own nature,
I think you're missing the metaphor there. It's the fact
I,
that is he's way more powerful than me. He has more responsibility than me. Bottom line. Our society doesn't work that way because we're fucking idiots, but the people in government should have more responsibility. They should be better people. They should get in trouble faster than we do, except we have it reversed because they're the ones that make the laws. And then the same thing with the Bible. God makes all these rules that God doesn't have to follow.
Okay, while I agree with you about the president part, and the people in power part, they don't have what it takes in order to redeem us.
They have what it takes to actually solve some problems that they put on us. That is the part.
They can, sure, they can make temporary. They can only make temporary solutions. We see a God who's trying to make eternal solutions.
Yeah, yeah. You still have to like do the metaphor in the same way though, right? Like they can make laws and solutions to stop a lot of our issues, right? Because we've done it before. The country is better than it was for certain reasons because they made laws to fix the problem. They have the power to do that. And if they don't do it, I should be able to judge them. What is the difference with God? You're in charge, God. I get to judge you. Otherwise, don't be in charge.
Okay.
It makes no sense to not judge somebody that's in charge, bro.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't judge people who are in charge.
No, I'm talking about God.
But
I should be able to judge God. Yes, I should. And God shouldn't care at all. The fact that God cares means it's probably not real. God's probably not real or God's bad.
It's because God cares about you, bro.
Obviously not. If I can't say, God, you did wrong, and I have to be scared, God doesn't give a shit about me.
You don't have to be scared. In fact,
you're telling me that I can't condemn God.
I'm saying that it wouldn't be good to.
Well, why not? Did God do the best job God could?
Can I show you?
Hold on. Is God doing God's best right now? Is that how you feel?
I think that comes a lot like a bit loaded.
No, it's a question. Do you think God's doing his best?
I don't know. We have a God with infinite possibilities. I don't know.
You know the answer to that. Just say no, bro. It's okay. I know you want to say no. I don't know why you don't say no.
Because
now you can say no, and I don't know why not. That's different. But the answer is no for sure.
The answer would be I don't know.
Okay, I'll take I don't know too. That's good.
But
all right, go ahead. Your verse. We'll be wrapping up shortly, so I want to let you do your thing. Go ahead. Are you looking for it?
So I see it.
Oh, okay.
So hold on, wait. I lost it. Ah.
You good? It's all good.
Where is it at? It's a psalm of David, and he literally like.
Is it about this subject?
The subject is just about putting responsibility on God, and maybe not even in the purest or best light. Um, I think I have. It's somewhere in here.
Against thee, thee only have I sinned and done this evil inside. Okay. Behold, I was shapen in equity, and sin, and my mother conceived me. No, that's not it.
Um, Essentially, it. Um,
If you can't find it, it's all right.
it. Um.
You might have to send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. But essentially, in the psalm, this is written by David. He essentially attributes like the calamity and the trouble that he's gone through to God. But he also understands that even though God God has the responsibility of starting the universe and you know having these things take place in his life, he also understands what the power of not only redemption, but what that relationship with God means. It's not entirely what occurs.
All right. Why
And
didn't
what, even
God?
what,
Why didn't
even
God
what
make
God
everybody
allowed-
like Jesus?
Why didn't God make everybody
Yeah,
like Jesus?
right. Because that's the goal. Ultimately, that's why Jesus came down to show us how to be. Why didn't God just create a bunch of Jesuses? Like Jesus had free will, right?
Yeah.
So then God could have just made us all like Jesus easily. And then there's no problem. Free will's still there. Everything else is still there. We're good.
But God was also Jesus. God, like speaking.
That's cool. But God could have literally did the same thing for us.
But that negates the entire reason of why Jesus was there.
No, there wouldn't need to be Jesus' sacrifice.
But.
Or are you saying what I think you're going to say is that all of this was God's plan, even the bad shit? God wanted us to fuck up.
No, the bad stuff was not God's plan.
Okay,
God
cool.
Hold on, wait. The bad stuff was not God's plan, but God had a plan for the bad stuff.
But God knew the bad plan was going to happen. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? God knew the bad stuff was going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
But that pours into the virtue ethics.
I know. But at the end of the day, God could do whatever God wants. God chose to do this. Kind of weird, which means I can question it. Even if God has an answer, God should not be upset. God should not punish anyone in this scenario either, because God already knew it was going to happen. And God's all powerful and all loving. Do you see how all of this ties together to where it doesn't make sense, man?
I think it's just because of the way that you're framing it. And
No, I'm framing it like it says.
But there's more that it says.
All right.
A lot more, actually.
All right. We're going to have to circle back on that. I got to eat.
Okay. I got you.
All right. Last word for you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. So, on the topic of divine hiddenness, I would say, just like how we see ourselves in our actions, we don't necessarily understand the full gravity of our actions or even our inaction. Uh, but within his divine, not just his providence, but in his nature, um, he wants us to be virtuous, to esteem all the goodness that is within the universe in its highest degree. Um, so it's for our development and not just for his glorification or just his pleasure that God doesn't cater to our every need, or God doesn't just every
Spelled that
single
wrong.
beck and call. Um, but we know that it's the presence of the absence of the presence of what we know that hold on, it's the absence of those kinds of overarching figures that really allow for our character to show. We know that integrity is doing the right thing even when no one's watching. It's not just doing the right thing when no one's watching, it's doing the right thing like no one's watching. And that's what ultimately God wants for us and has wanted for humanity for since he made it in his image. God does right, and so he wants us to do right and love one another as well. And
all right,
that's it.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, I disagree with a little bit of that, but I won't start the conversation again. As always, Kindred, I appreciate you just stepping up, man.
Hey, no problem, man. Good to speak with you, man. Me and my fiance are praying for you, bro.
Hey, we'll see what happens, man.
Hey,
let's pray for these starving children to get fed. How about that?
Amen. And I do. Yes, sir.
All right, let me not start another one up. All right, bro.
All right.
I appreciate you, bro. Take care, man.
Of course.
Yep. Peace. All right. That was me and Kindred always have good conversations, so I appreciate it. You guys don't be afraid to step up, man. Make sure you hit the like button. I did just start a little poll, see who hit it. I don't see a lot of yeses on there, so you guys make sure to hit those buttons for us. Again, thank you everybody. The channel hit 2K subscribers early this morning. Now it's like flying past that, which is good. It means you guys are liking the content, sharing the content, and hopefully this keeps growing for us so we can have a good time. I hope you guys enjoy it. Try to be honest here and try to just, at least every conversation I have, I try to get one honest thing out of whoever I'm talking to. That is the goal for whoever I'm speaking to at least be able to admit some things, because I think that is the only path to being honest, is being able to admit some small things at first and then moving on to bigger things if that's true. And so hopefully you guys enjoy that. I do thank you guys for being here. We'll be back tomorrow, I believe. Monday, Tuesdays, Fridays are going to be the days. Also, we did have a video out earlier today. It's a video I actually like. So if you guys haven't seen that video I put out earlier today, it's they smiling, or sorry, they're happy about the end of the world or something, I believe it is. So that's a very interesting one. You guys go and comment on that one. Let me know. I almost respond to all comments. So you guys go ahead and comment on that video. I respond. And that's it for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow around the same time. So just make sure you hit the notification bell so you can see it. Click your buttons, all the good things. So as always, I'm Jay. Don't forget to throw away your feelings, open your minds, and question your beliefs. You guys have a good night. Thank you.